Hello, hi everyone. Myself Prithvi. Today, welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So, this is a DevOps course which I'll be teaching you guys. The person who is doesn't know anything about DevOps, starting from the person who doesn't know about the DevOps, from the fresher to the person who knows something about DevOps. To that extent, this course is gonna take you guys. So, please watch this course throughout the series. I'll be talking about all the DevOps tools which I'll be using in this video, and this is the video of introduction what I will be covering in this throughout this course, what we are going to achieve at the end result. So firstly, so this is my introduction which I want to give you. So this is my introduction, myself Prithvi. So I'm working as a network lead in the current organization. So I have a couple of certificates. I'm a GCP solution architect actually. So and also I'm a CCNA certified. So both are active certificates till now also. So I have an expertise in Cisco SD-WAN technology and GCP cloud computing, enterprise network management. In the DevOps, I have expertise in the many tools like Terraform, GitHub, and Jenkins and Docker, Kubernetes, and Ansible. And also I have scripting experience in batch scripting, also in Python. So automation testing using Postman for the web utilities to test the endpoint which is been developed by the developers. So and the Linux administration skills like Red Hat, CentOS, and Ubuntu. So and also I have an expertise in implementing the Argo CD continuous delivery kind of an architecture in terms of delivering the customer solutions, in terms of delivering the continuous delivery. So the continuous integration which we're going to integrate with the for Jenkins or TeamCity and Argo CD, we especially use it for the Kubernetes deployments. So this is about the my introduction. So let's see about what is DevOps. So DevOps is a infinite life cycle. It is a continuous integration and a continuous delivery, continuous deployment process actually. So first we're going to start with a plan cycle. So we'll just plan it. So how we want to deploy it, what are the utilities we want to use it, what are the application which we want to integrate in this DevOps life cycle. So how we're going to automate, what are the tools which we're going to use, all these things in the planning phase we're going to decide. So in the next phase we're going to code. So in the coding phase, the developer starts to code the applications and how the interface should be look like and what is the database. Everything will be contained in the code. And in the build phase, here where the DevOps person who comes into the picture, where a person who is going to build with the help of the Jenkins job, or in the code part where it is going to come like a GitHub. We will going to push the code to the GitHub where it is written and it is being taken into the build stage with Jenkins, and the test phase where it is been, there are several tools like Selenium and JUnit, the P-test, and everything is there. So in this video, I'm not using any kind of a testing tools, like it is integrated with the unit test like a Maven. So it is going to test in the build phase itself. So nextly, so we're going to release that cycle and we're going to deploy it. In the deployment phase, we're going to use the Kubernetes environment. So in the configuration management tool, we're going to use the Ansible actually. So this is the whole CI/CD process which every organization, every person who's been in the DevOps environment, it usually follows. So operate and monitoring phase. So it is basically a operations activity where they're going to monitor and operate, then troubleshoot what is the uh, problem which is occurring in the current production environment, how it is being communicated to again into the coders. That is the continuous process and continuous delivery process. So the next slide. So there are various tools which is available in the DevOps lifecycle. So in this video, in this course, which I'll be using is, first one is the GitHub actually. So for the code and for the build process, we're gonna use Jenkins. So and next we're gonna use the CI/CD tools. We're gonna use Jenkins, and we're gonna use Docker and push it to the Docker hub, the image which you're gonna build, and we're gonna use Ansible as a configuration management tool, and we're gonna deploy it in the Kubernetes. So here where we're gonna use the cloud provider like GCP, Google Cloud. So many people are fully focused on AWS and Azure and all. So this video is fully focused on, since I'm a GCP architect, which I'll be deploying it in the GCP actually. So that is good to have another cloud provider experience in terms of deploying your own production environment. Okay, so this is the tools which I'll be using. So the first thing, so what are all the things which will be taken into the different consideration while doing this course? The first, what we're going to do is that we'll build and deploy it on the Tomcat server. In this, we're going to set up a CI/CD with the GitHub integration. We're going to pull the code into the Jenkins. We will build it by the Maven. The war file will be taken from there, and we're going to deploy it in the Tomcat server. So in this process, we're going to set up Jenkins and configure the Maven and Git, and set up the Tomcat server, integrate the GitHub Maven and Tomcat server with the Jenkins, and create a CI, continuous integration and continuous delivery job, and test the deployment. So this is the first phase which we're going to complete our CI/CD process. In the next phase, we are going to deploy the artifact onto the Tomcat server. So this is the phase. This is an workflow which I'm showing you. So where it's going to pull the code from the GitHub. When the developer commits the code, it is pushed to the GitHub, and from the GitHub, the Jenkins is going to pull the code, and it's going to build with the help of Maven, and it is going to deploy to the Tomcat server. This is the first phase which I'm talking. So in the second phase, so we're going to build the image. So, and we're going to deploy to the container. So first, we're going to set up a CI/CD with the GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, and Docker. Instead of Tomcat server, we are containerizing it, and we are going to deploy it to the we are going to run in the Docker. Actually, we are not going to run in the Tomcat server. We are going to run in as a Docker image on Docker actually. So we're going to expose some ports like about 8080 or 8090, whatever the customizable port you want to wish. So first we're going to set up a Docker environment, write a Docker file. So create a Docker image and container in the Docker host, integrate Docker host with the Jenkins, and create a CI/CD job on Jenkins to build and deploy it onto the container actually. So this is the process actually. So this is the workflow. Push it to the GitHub, Jenkins, build with a Maven, and deploy it to the Docker. We are not going to deploy it to the Tomcat server. In this phase, we are deploying to the Docker actually. So next is deployment of artifact on a container. So in this phase, we are going to integrate an Ansible actually. So we are going to install Ansible into an Ansible server. So, and we are going to configure that Ansible server. The first process is that GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, build phase, and the configuration management tool, and we are going to deploy it in the Docker actually. Set up an Ansible server, integrate the Docker host with Ansible, Ansible playbook to create an image, Ansible playbook to create and continue, containerize actually, integrate Ansible with Jenkins, CI/CD job to build on Ansible and deploy to the Docker container actually. So this is the workflow. Pull code commit, pull the code from the Jenkins and build with the help of Maven, copy the artifact and configuration management tool which we are going to use, and Ansible. What does an Ansible does is that it's going to deploy the before deploying to the Docker. So it is going to push the image to the Docker hub, and Docker is going to pull the image from the Docker hub, and then it's going to create a Docker container, and where the application is going to run on the Docker container actually. So this is the workflow. This is the second phase. This is the third phase actually. So in the fourth phase, where we will going to deploy our built image, so which is pushed to the Docker hub, right? So we will going to set up a CI/CD job with the GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, and Ansible. So here, instead of Docker container, we are going to use Kubernetes. So we are going to use the Kubernetes. We are going to set up a Kubernetes cluster. So we are going to write a manifest file for service and pod creation and deployment. So we're going to integrate the Kubernetes with Ansible. We're going to write Ansible playbooks to create a deployment and service. Deployment means we're going to deploy our applications in the pod, and service we're going to expose it to the outside world. It is the live production environment, like that kind of an environment we're going to create and set up actually. So the next is CI/CD job to build code on Ansible and deploy to the Kubernetes. Kubernetes, we are going to use the cloud provider Google Cloud Platform. In that service is GKE, Google Kubernetes Engine. We are going to deploy our application into the Google Kubernetes Engine. So this is a workflow actually. So instead of Docker container, we are using Kubernetes. That's all. So thank you all guys. This is an introduction session about what is the things which we're going to cover in this video, and my introduction and a small brief about DevOps. So in the next video, let us start with the Jenkins installation. Thank you all guys. So hi everyone, myself Prithvi. Today welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So this is the third video in the DevOps series. So in the third video, I'm going to tell you how to install a Jenkins in CentOS server. So before that, so you should be having CentOS Linux. Actually, if you are a CentOS Linux user, you should be using CentOS actually. So in this video, I'm going to tell you how to download a CentOS Linux image and install it in VirtualBox. If you already have, please skip this video and walk into the next video. So search for CentOS download in Google. Click on download CentOS. So once after you click on CentOS download, so in this you're going to get the CentOS 7. So I'm interested in looking for CentOS 8 actually, CentOS 8 and 9. So CentOS 9, I will click on CentOS 9. So go for 80 x86 underscore 64. So when I click on, we popped up with uh, this download image. So I'm not interested in this also. I'm interested in the dvd.iso image. Click on 8. So in this, when you click on 86 underscore 64, you'll be popped up with this screen actually. In that, you search for CentOS Excellence Media.net. So in this, you're going to get a list of images. So in that, you choose dvd1.iso. Here two image, one is are there, one is 23 latest one, and one is the older one. So I'm going with this file. I'm clicking on download. So once after you download it, so how are you going to install it? So since I already downloaded the image, I'm canceling this download. So once after the download, so go for VirtualBox actually. So once you go for the VirtualBox, click on new. So click on new, search for CentOS. So and select the place where you want to keep your file. So and select the ISO image which you downloaded. So it is in my ISO image is in E drive. So I'm selecting that. So and click on next. So once you click on next, you will be popped up with the username and all. I'm leaving it default, and check this guest edition box so that it will be the VirtualBox guest edition will be installed in this virtual machine when it is booted up. There are some issues in the CentOS and Red Hat when you are installing it in VirtualBox. There are other videos where I pointed out how to troubleshoot in terms of installing guest edition. So click on next. You allocate the resources how much you want to. I am selecting it as 4 GB and 2 vCPUs. It's enough for to run this CentOS. So I'm creating a virtual disk. I want to create a virtual disk. It's a 50 GB and click on next. So and finish. So once after the finish, so next thing which you want to do is that click on start. So when you click on start, it's going to start booting up actually. So it's going to take almost 10 to 15 minutes in terms of booting up the image. So now the booting process is started. So sometimes there is an error like this may occur. So again you have to select an image where it is located. So this is a CentOS image. And mount and retry. So when you click on that, it starts rebooting the system. and see the now it started rebooting. Now the process has been started. So click enter. So now the image is going to boot. So it's going to take around 10 to 15 minutes to boot up. So I'll going to come back with after the boot. So it is booted. It's going to ask you for the uh, the root user and the virtual disk creation and all. So you have to provide this details, and after that it's going to process. So now it is being booted actually. So this is the running CentOS virtual machine, so which I'm going to show you. So once after it is rebooted, it will be like this. So when you have to log in with your own credential which you created when you when you created this virtual machine. So click on the terminal and you will going to access whatever the things which you want to access it. So this is how you can install a CentOS in VirtualBox. So this is all about this video, guys. In the next video I'll be talking about how to install Jenkins in CentOS Linux. Hi everyone, myself Pratik. Today welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So in this video, I would like to demonstrate about how to install Jenkins on CentOS machines. So it is necessary who is using a Linux machines, they can use the CentOS or Ubuntu based on their Linux distros. They can use their Linux distribution machines to install their Jenkins and their content. So in this video, I would like to demonstrate how to install Jenkins on CentOS. So I have a shell script which we can able to use it for to install a Jenkins on. So this is my laptop where I am using a Windows 11. So where my VirtualBox is running on Windows 10. In the VirtualBox, the CentOS machine is running. So this is the CentOS machine. So presently where I am in the CentOS mission where you can able to do a host name CTL. So this is a Jenkins server. So I've named a host name into Jenkins server. So and the operating system is CentOS Stream 8. So in the previous video I just showed you how to install a CentOS 8 in VirtualBox. So that's the same image which I am using here. So the next thing which you want to do is that, so after installing a Jenkins, where we have to do is we have to access it with the port 8080. So first let us see the script. So ls, so this is the startup script where I have downloaded from the GitHub actually. So this is the startup script where I am seeing. So where you can also download, where you can also copy this content from the GitHub. So I will paste the GitHub URL so below the video description, so that you can use this GitHub script so that you can able to install it. So let us run this script actually. So before running this, you have to check the permission to run this script. So I have all the execution and read and execution permission so that I can execute. So if you don't have, so you can use, so change modification and so once you gave this command, so it's going to change the execution permissions for to execute this. Next you can execute this shell script. So it is going to ask for the password, root password, so which you set for the user where you logged in. So now it is started downloading. So I'm going to explain what it is doing. First it is going to install duplicate. So duplicate is a utility where you can be able to download any thing which you want to download it from the outside the external world. So it is accessing HTTPS. That's the reason we require duplicate. If the duplicate is not there in your machine, so in the Linux machine of CentOS, it's going to download it first. So then it's going to access this repo, and in this repo it is going to download this package from the Jenkins and sudo rpm import. So it's going to import the key Jenkins key from the official Jenkins website. So then it's going to upgrade. So upgrading the Linux machine of CentOS is very much important, because why it is going to happen is that, so if you don't upgrade the Linux machine, what it's going to happen, we're going to run into an error like so this key has some problem, or some error will come. Actually, that's the reason the better to update and upgrade your Linux machine, so that your Linux machine is up to date. So after that, you need to install a Java 11 JDK. It is one of the requirement. Java Jenkins is a dependency on Java. It's going to run on top of Java actually. So the supported version of Java is 11 and 17. So you have to install at least 11, or you should install 17. So this is the command. So sudo m install Java 11 OpenJDK. So and you won't it is going to ask whether you have to install it or, so that we have given y here, yes actually. After that, it's going to install Jenkins. So and after that, it's going to start the Jenkins. So, I will going to show you how it is been done actually. So now it is been downloading actually. So since the wget is already installed, it is giving us that dependency is already installed. Now it is started uh, pulling from the external internet. So now it is started upgrading the Linux machine. Now you can able to see it is started upgrading. So since my internet is fast actually, it is been downloading fast actually, and upgrading the Linux CentOS machine. So once after this upgrade process completes, so it's going to start installing OpenJDK 11 actually. So after the OpenJDK 11, it start installing Jenkins. So let us wait for some time. So it is almost 67, 68. So now the OpenJDK, since I have already installed the OpenJDK 11 already, so now it didn't download. It is detecting the underlying the local thing. So it is to reflecting it's completed. Java JDK is already installed. So now after that, Jenkins, it's checking for Jenkins. Jenkins is already installed. So that's the reason it is throwing us completed. So after that, it is requiring to start Jenkins. For that, it requires uh, any root user permissions. So that's the reason it's asking for the root user permission. If you are using in a virtual box, it's going to ask for the user, how many users are there in this particular machine. So then you can choose and you provide the password. It's going to work perfectly. So let us check system CTL status Jenkins. So it is running. The one thing which we want to observe is that it is active and running, but you can see it is disabled. So whenever you log in to this server, this will be disabled and you can able to access it. That's the reason what you can do. So systemctl Jenkins enable Jenkins. So it is throwing us an error saying that you doesn't have required permission to do it. So you do it with the sudo command. It works perfectly fine. So after that, let's again check the Jenkins status. So now you can able to see the Jenkins server. Now it is, before it was disabled. So where you can able to see disabled. So now it is enabled. So you can able to access it from the URL actually. Go to the web page and you can type the IP and the port 8080. You will be popped up with Jenkins initial page, which I showed you when installing it is in Windows. So you grab that path like war initial admin password. So grab that path and go to that path, and you could able to see the initial password, and you can give the initial password and we can able to log in the Jenkins. So that's all guys for this video. So hi everyone, so welcome you all for the second video. So in the DevOps course, in this video I'll be talking about how to install a Jenkins on Windows machine actually. So search for Jenkins download in Windows. So go to this page. So you'll be redirected to this page actually. So the prerequisite is you should be having a minimum 256 MB of RAM and 1 GB memory should be available actually. So it should be more than that is enough. More than that is very much required for if you are running any CI/CD processes and all. So more than 1 or 2 3 GB RAM is required actually. So in the production environment, if you are running in a small team, it requires around 4 GB and 50 GB of drive space actually. So it is having some software requirement. It should be having a Java requirements, like if the Java should be installed here actually, and you should be having a web browser utility like Google Chrome, Firefox, like that. It's a Windows operating system which we are installing in Windows operating system. So Linux operating system which we are not using it. And container, if you are installing it in the container, you have to go to this container support policies where you can able to see the what is the supported version and all. So nextly, so how we gonna download this Jenkins actually for the Windows? So download this, click on that link, download Jenkins. So in that we're going to go for with the LTS version. So you popped up with several options actually for Docker, Kubernetes, Ubuntu, Debian, Red Hat, and many other things for the Mac OS also. So it is available. So I'm going with the Windows version. Click on Windows, and it's going to download a uh, executable file, actually MSI file. So since I already downloaded it, I'll going to cancel this actually. So the next is we're going to install a Java. So check in your uh, machine whether the Java is installed or not. If it is not recognized, then the Java is not installed. You have to install Java in your uh, machine. So go for this page like Tamarind. So this is the page where you can download a Java for Windows actually. There is other sources also, but I'm going with this actually for Windows. Go for search for Windows actually in the 64-bit or 34-bit. In 64-bit I'm using actually. You can take this example, and you can for 32-bit, even my current PC is 32-bit. I'm going with the MSI version. So click on that. It's going to download a Java JDK 17 version. So once after it is downloaded, so we have to install that Java actually. So it is downloading. So go to the downloads page. So refresh it. So now the Java JDK 17 version is downloaded. Click on that. So once you click on that, it is going to pop up for installation. So go for next. So next, add a Java path. So and set a environment variable. So means you are going to set a Java home path actually. Set Java home path as a variable. So it will be installed on the local hard drive. I will select entire feature will be installed on the local hard drive. So next is I'm not selecting anything else, so I will leaving it as default. Go next. So go and install it. So it's going to install Java JDK 17 version in our PC. So wait for some time. So next thing which you want to set the environment variables in the PC for the Java home path and the bin path also. So now the Java 17 JDK is installed. Click on finish. So the next thing which you want to go to the command prompt and search for Java version. So still it is unrecognized actually. So search for Java hyphen version. So you're going to get the installed 17 version is available. So and go for echo. So and percentage actually inside in between that Java home path. Java H home. So it's going to print the path where the Java is located, and also print echo. So percentage path. So in the path also you should be having that uh, path for the Java JDK actually. So you have to set some environment variables. Go here. So to check that, you go for search for environment variables, edit environment variables for you. Click here. So go for Java home. So here you can able to see so the Java home path actually where it is installed. And the next is you want to go for path actually. So in the path also you have to as you can see it should be in slash bin. It is verified and it is being installed properly, so then it is okay and then we can go ahead actually. So click on ok. So next is you have to install Jenkins actually. Click on Jenkins folder which you downloaded earlier. So and click on next and click on next. You can change this location where you want to install. I am leaving it default. Click on next. So here it will going to pop up with the run service on local domain user. You can provide a administrator and password here, and where you can able to uh, uh, login into this. So how can we login it? So you can go for the search version and we can able to add your administrator username to the service policy local policy group. So then you can able to do it. So I'm going with the default run service as a local system. So since it is not recommended also, I'm going with that. So go for next. So I'm going with the port 8080. You can specify the port which you want to give actually. Click on test port. So it should work, means if it is going to give a green mark, then it is going to, then it can access the port 8080 in the Windows machine. Click on next. So this is the path where the JDK is installed. It is taking automatically and click on next. So and it's going to pop up this window. So here you need not to do anything. So click on next and it's going to install. Click on S. So now it started installing. Wait for few seconds so till it completes its installation. So now the installation is finished. So now go to the browser and you can click on local host port 8080. So this is going to take us to the Jenkins where it is installed. So it is giving an error message where please wait while Jenkins is getting ready to work. So we have to wait for some times to make to get Jenkins ready to work actually. Now the Jenkins is installed and it is asking for initial admin password. So copy this uh, the path where the initial password is stored. So and go here and paste here actually the full path, so where it is been stored, and click on notepad. So just once and it's going to give us the password actually. This is the password. Copy this password and go to the web browser and paste the password and click on continue. So now the Jenkins is being taken the initial password. Now it is asking for install suggested plugins. Select plugins to install. So I'm clicking on install plugins. So it's going to um, pull all these plugins actually and is going to install it here actually. So it's going to take some times actually before installing. It's going to take some times. I'm going to resume once after the installation is completed actually. So once after the installation of the plugin is finished, I'm going with the username and password setup. So username you can set up admin. So and the password is admin. So and the full name I'm giving it as admin itself. So I'm email address I'm leaving it default actually. So it is asking for the instance configuration, so Jenkins URL. I'm clicking on save and finish. So and start using Jenkins. So this is now the Jenkins is installed. So now it is available at localhost colon 8080 port number. So if you want to search your own IP address, go for search if config. So you're going to get your own IP. It is 192.168.0.110. It is given by my own router actually. So I'm searching with that IP. So whether it is work or not, let's see. Start 168.0.1110 colon 8080. So actually it should work. So now it is working. Click on give your username and password which you resetted uh, before. So now you are accessing your Jenkins GUI actually. So this is a way to install in Windows operating system. So thank you all guys. Meet you in the next video. Hi everyone, myself Prithvi. Today welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So this is the video about how to install and work with GitHub. So first you should be having a GitHub actually. So if you want to establish Jenkins jobs to pull the code from the GitHub repository, so we want to have a GitHub account firstly. So you have to create a GitHub account. So the next thing which you want to do is that if you want to create a repository, right? So if you want to create a repository, you want to click on this add new, and you're going to pop it up with a new repository and you could able to create it. So what you can do, so in this video I'm using Postman to create a GitHub repository. So how you can create a GitHub repository using Postman, I would like to demonstrate you guys. So click on settings, so and go to the profile and click on settings. Once you click on setting, it will be popped up with this settings window for you for your account. So go for developer settings. So once after you click on developer settings, you will be popped up with GitHub apps, WordPress apps, and personal access token. Click on tokens classic. So and click on generate token. So generate token. Click on for the general use only. And note it is used for Postman. So and the next is the expiration required only for 7 days maybe max, and you have to specify the permission which we can able to do with using this barrier token actually. Click on repo. So this is enough for to create a repository in GitHub, so in our account. So and click on generate token. So this is going to generate and give the token. So copy this token. The next thing which you want to do is that go to the Postman. So this is the Postman. So actually, so I've already created uh, created a post request here. So for creating a GitHub repository, you should use post method to create it. So first the base URL, where you can able to see I have set it as the environment variable. So this is the base URL, https api github.com. So this is the API, and the endpoint is user slash repos. This is the endpoint where we want to trigger our API. This is the API endpoint. So and after that, in the authorization, we selected inherent from the folder actually. So this is the collections actually. So this is the main folder which all the required authorization details will be present here. So the base URL which you are seeing, right, this is the base URL you can able to mention, and this is the barrier token. So you can able to edit this token actually. So control A, so and control V. So once after you edited this token, click on save. So token, so this is the variable which you are using for token. Next, go for the post request. So this is the post request. So in the authorization, once you selected with the inherent from the previous one, it is okay. So in the collection itself, in the authorization, when you go, you have to select the type of authorization. So there are many authorization which you can able to use. So you can able to use no auth if there is no authentication itself is required to use the this API. So the basic auth will be the username and password. So the barrier token. So in the barrier token, you have to specify the token. Instead of specifying token, we are specifying the variable as a token, which we specified in token as a variable and the field actually. So once after this, so you have to go for this next git create git repo. So this API which you want to trigger, so go for body. So in the body you have to specify the in the JSON format, so what is the name of the repository which you want to create and the description. So here the default will be none when you are creating any kind of an API you want to trigger. So go select a none and select here the JSON. So and use name it your the repository name. I am selecting as DevOps course. So DevOps course. So this is the repository, and the in the description I am leaving it as created using Postman. So that will be easier to identify if it is created using Postman. So after that you can click on send. So before clicking on send, so let me take you to my GitHub actually. So in the GitHub, I'm going to show you what is the repository which is latest present actually. So this is the repository where you can able to see. Uh, so this is the latest repository which is accessed 1 hour before actually. So then you have to go on to the Postman and click on send. So once you click on send, it should trigger a success 201 message. That is the status. 201 means it is created. So if you know the CRUD operations, if you know the RESTful APIs, so this is the status which you're going to get. So once after you trigger an API endpoint, so this is the status where you can able to see the unique ID is been generated and the name of the repository is DevOps course. So the full name, and these are the list of URLs where you can able to access it. Nextly, let us go here. So click on refresh. So once you refresh this page, when you can able to see the DevOps course, so which is created 3 minutes ago, so which we created by using Postman. So once after you created this, so next thing which you want to do is that we want to have the repository, right? So in our local PC, we should be having some files like a source code repository and all. So we can able to get that with CI/CD. So this is the one repository which is there in my GitHub account where you can use this repository. So presently we are using this repository for creating Jenkins CI/CD pipeline. So what you can able to do is that you can click on code. So you're going to get the HTTPS link. So you have to clone it. So where I'm cloning it is so this is my git bash. So I have created my CI/CD folder. Inside this, I will clone this repository. So git clone. So and insert. So this is going to clone the thing which is there in the repository of CI/CD. Click on ls. So you could able to see the CI/CD is been CI/CD folder is created inside the CI/CD. This is the one. So this is the one. So once after you created it, so what you want to do is that you have to do some things where you can able to use this cloned repository to use for your own purpose. So once after you created this repository in GitHub using Postman, so you click on DevOps course repository. Inside that, you could able to get some information about how to push your own local repository, local source code into this repository. So how you can able to do it? So presently I am downloading. So this is my own Git repository. So I'm using this Git repository. So I'm not cloning this actually. So I'm just downloading the zip file. So once after I downloaded the zip file, I'm going to extract it so in the download folder. So and I'm going to use that to push it to the DevOps course, so this repository. So let me go to the download folder. So this is my download folder. I'm going to extract this. So click on extract. So it will be popped up with this window. So cancel this. So and erase this. After click on extract. So it will complete its extract process. Once after you get that extracted thing, so you can delete version ordered zip file. So go inside it. So once after you went inside, click on the more option. So click on using git bash here. So you should be having the git bash installed inside your uh, local machine, so that you can able to use this actually. So now click on enter ls, so to see the files which is there inside it. So these are the files which is there inside it. So you can, what you can able to do, like git init. So rather than doing like this, what we can able to, so you can copy all these actually, and paste it. So let's see. So after copying pasting it, so what is that is going to be happening. So copy and paste it. So click on enter. So let the commands functions wait for some time, and let it do. So it was an issue with the authentication paired with this user. So I just configured the username for that user actually, GitHub user. So this is my username. So I just configured it. So once after the configuration, I initiated the git push command actually. So once after I initiated the git push command, so it worked perfectly fine. So let's go to our repository and let's check our the DevOps repository. Click on refresh. So you should be able to see our repository is present here. So click on DevOps course. So now what is there here is that only the readme file is there. So the source repository is still not there. So to do that, what we have to do is that git init. So it's going to initialize it. So next git add. So whatever the files in the current directory, it's going to add all the files which is there in the current directory. Next, git commit. So minus m. So and you have to specify the description. So DevOps project. So after once you initiated it, it's going to commit. So some error has come. So you have to specify the small m instead of the big M. So now the commit is being done. So next, check for git status. So it's going to show the git status actually. So check for the git status. So what is there is that git status on the main branch by one commit, git push to publish your local commits. So now it is ready for push actually. So it is on the main branch. Please keep it in your mind. So you can see this is also in the main branch. So if this branch is in master, you couldn't able to push it actually. The first thing which you want to keep in your mind. So next, go for a push -u origin main. So once after you enter this command, it's going to push whatever the things which is there in the current local repository to this remote repository. Go to this repo repository. It's going, you can able to refresh it. It's taking time. Let's wait for some time so to get pushed here. uh, so see, now the push has been completed. So after the refresh, you could able to see all the files which is present here. So this is all about this video, guys. So in the next video, I'll be talking about how to integrate this GitHub repository with Jenkins. So and we create one Jenkins job to pull the code from this repository and to store it in Jenkins. Next, after that, we will integrate Maven also to do the next certain task. So thank you all. Bye bye. Hi everyone, myself today welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So this is the DevOps series where we can able to use this DevOps course for your development of DevOps projects, guys. So presently we are in the fifth video of doing installation of Maven actually. So we want to install Maven. So why we want to install Maven? This is a build tool for Java repositories, actually Java kind of a build. So where we need to download the Maven actually, so and install it in the Windows. So throughout this course, I'm doing the Jenkins installation in Windows. So I'm using the Windows Jenkins installation to build and deploy and the post build action. Everything will be everything which I'll be doing in Windows machine itself. So I'm using Ansible and Docker server as a one. So and for Tomcat server, we are installing the Tomcat server in GCP actually. So installing in GCP and with the help of Terraform, we're going to create a compute instance for Tomcat server. So we're going to deploy our artifacts which we created using Maven to there. So this is a guide which I've created. So this is the README file which you can use of the repository. This is the repository which is been which I've posted. So you can use this workflow to complete all your problems which you're gonna face in throughout the series. So I have explained how to do this DevOps course without any kind of a problem. So all the things which I mentioned here. So nextly we are in the Maven installation. So downloading and integrating in Maven. So how to install Maven in Windows? So search for Maven, Maven Windows download. So Maven download for Windows. So click on this. So it is showing that we need a Java version should be installed previously. So in the while the installation of the Jenkins we required Java. So we already installed Java while installing Jenkins on the Windows. So nextly we have to configure the Maven home path and the bin path for execution of Maven commands from the Jenkins server actually. So first we have to look into this. So and first we have to download this Maven actually, and we have to give set the Maven home path and Maven bin home path actually. So go here. You have to download the zip file actually. I'm downloading the zip file. So it is started downloading. So let's go to the download folder. So it is downloaded. So extract it. So extract all. So if you clear it out, this the extra name which we get. So and extract in the current place itself. Here itself is the current directory. So after the extraction is completed, we want to shift this folder to program files. Files where all the programs will be installed. There we want to uh, cut and paste these Maven files actually. So that is complete by extracting. So now it is extracted. So you can cut this and you can go for the program files where you have installed. This is the program files where I am going. So this is the program file folder and Control V, and you can it's going to ask for the permission for administration. Click on continue. So it will be there in this folder. Click on this. So you copy this exact path, Control A, copy this path and search for environment variables uh, here. So edit the system environment variables. So here click on environment variables. and you will pop it up this window. Previously when we did for Java home path, similarly we have to do it for Maven home also. Click on new, Maven home, all are in caps, underscore home, and the path you specify the path here and click on OK. So after that you have to add a path also, edit, in the path edit. So go here and go to the bin folder and copy the path, and after copying the path click on new in the environment variables and paste the path. So once after the pasting the path of a bin directory, so click on OK and OK and OK. So once after you completed it, so search for CMD. um, CMD means it's a command line utility for Windows. So you can go for a CMD here. So in CMD search Java version. So Java JDK is installed and working fine perfectly, and Maven version, so it should show. So if everything is installed properly and you transferred your extracted and transferred your file to program files, and next after that when you paste the path of that in the Maven home and Maven bin for the path, so everything is working fine actually. So here you can see Maven home, so this is the path which is showing. So for the bin directory, for execution purpose, now it is using bin directory. So this completes the Maven installation. So next let us go for the Jenkins actually. So let us check the IP, or you can use the localhost for accessing Jenkins actually. So localhost port 8080. So the Jenkins is up and running. Admin. So that's the password which I have set it. So click on OK. So next you click on manage Jenkins. So you have to do two things. First is manage plugins. Next you have to configure the tool configuration. So manage Jenkins. So here you search for Maven. So you have to go for available. Then you have to search for Maven. So the first one which came is Maven integration. Click here and install without restart. You click on install without restart, it's going to install the Maven thing. So most of the dependencies which is already downloaded, so it is downloading the Maven integration and downloading the plugins extensions. It's going to take a couple of seconds to install it. Once after the installation, you can go back and you have to configure the Maven configuration, next thing which you want to do it. So the installation is successful. So go back again, go for manage Jenkins. So go for global tool configuration. So so here one thing which you can observe is that, so the Maven configuration is being present here. So the Git installation is already done. When you install the Git, when you install the Jenkins in a Windows, it is asked for install suggested plugins. When you click on install suggested plugins, the Git will automatically installed actually. So next, come here. So here you can able to see this is the thing which you should be getting after installing Maven plugins. Add Maven. So you name it whatever the thing which you want. Maven 3.9.1. So okay, so version is this. So uncheck automatically install and give the Maven home directory, so which you have, right? So here where it is installed, so Maven home, so copy this directory copy this path and you place this path here. You have to remove the bin path actually, so bin should be removed. So after that you click on apply and save. So it's saved and click on save. So this completes the Maven installation. So if you want to check whether it is installed properly, so click on new item. Here you should get the Maven project. So in the next we will going to use this Maven project to pull the code from the Git repository and build the Maven project. So since the Git is already installed, in the next video we will create a repository using Postman in GitHub. Then we will start with pulling the code from the GitHub. So thank you all guys. This is all about this video. Next video we shall meet with doing a Git integration with Jenkins to pull the code. Thank you all. So hi everyone, myself Prithvi. Today welcome you all for my DevOps code series. So this is the video about how to pull the code from the GitHub repository. So with the help of Jenkins job. So select a new item. So you can go for the freestyle project. So in the freestyle project you can able to select the name which you can see is git pull. So we are pulling the code from the GitHub actually. So you can select the freestyle project. So in the next job, we will select the Maven project for the build process. This only I am demonstrating how to pull the code from the GitHub repository. Click on OK. So once after you click on OK, you will be popped up with this window. So in the description, you can able to provide git pull from GitHub. So after that, so in the source code management, this is what I am interested in. So since we installed the git and the git plugin is already installed, so select the git. So you have to provide the URL of the which we created earlier. So this is the URL of the repository. Copy it. So this is the repository which we created and we pushed our source code into this repository. Select this and go for paste this repository URL. Next, it's going to ask for credentials. Select it none. Since it is a public repository, we don't require a credentials to pull this. So next is what I want to do is that one of the important thing which you want to do is that it is in master. If you want to run it in master itself, so the code which you are pulling it is in main. In the Jenkins job, it is master if by default. If you leave it default and click on apply and click on save. So after this, when you click on build now, so you should be getting error like it's going to fail. So because the head is not going to match actually. The head here is the main. So here it is we mentioned it as master. So see the build trigger is not going to be successful because the reason is that it couldn't able to pull it because it is pointing out to the master version actually. So what we can do is that so go to the job, configure it. So like you have to edit this master to main. So when you click on main, so apply and save. So when you click on save, click on build now. So when you click on build process, so now the build process is triggered. So in the next video and all, so we will just focus on how to build. So whenever any commit happens, how to build it, I'm going to show you that. So now the build process is successful. So you could able to see the build is successful. So the next thing what we want to do is that whenever any kind of a job which we created in Jenkins, so this is the directory where the all the jobs will be located in the workspace directory. Even if you are using Linux also, so this is the directory where you want to search for workspace, so where the jobs will be located. So go this, copy this and go for the directory. So copy paste and click on OK. So see here, you could able to see all the source code which you pulled, right? So it is present here. What about I want to talk about this video? This is the job which I pulled a source code repository and we integrated it with the Jenkins and we pulled the code. So in the next video, so I'm going to show you how to automatically means whenever any commit happens in the Git, how it's going to trigger a build. So that I will going to show you in the next video. So thank you all guys for this video. So meet you up in the next video. Hi guys, welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So this is the DevOps series. In this video, how we going to do the git pull with automatic fashion? Means whenever any commit happens, right? So whenever any commit, there is only one commit now. So whenever any commit happens to this repository, we should trigger a build. We should trigger a Jenkins job. How we can able to do it? So click on new item. So go for git pull auto. So you can copy from the previous one since we already have one. So select from that. So means all the configuration which is there in the previous job, which it is will be configured. So give the description git pull from the GitHub whenever any commit happens. So okay, so the next thing which you want to configure is that, so all thing which we configured, the rest is default. So here in the section of build triggers, so there are couple of options where you can able to select. So build after the projects are build periodically, GitHub trigger with GitHub webhook integration. So we are not going to focusing on all this. So I'm going to explain the two of the things. Build periodically. Periodically means, so when you select this option, so this works like a cron job. So if you are familiar with Linux and all, so this will be easy. So start. So what does this represent? So means you can able to select this option. So when it's going to show you what does this means um, so when it has to run. So means what does this all star is representing is, so minute, hour, date of day of the month and day of the week. So means for every minute. So star means for every minute, for every hour. For means it is all totally it's representing is every minute the build process, the Jenkins job is going to trigger. Even if there is any change, even if it is nothing change in the repository, still this process is going to trigger actually. So we are not interested in this. We are interested in poll SEM. So what does this going to do is that whenever it's going to check the desired state of the GitHub repository, if there is any commit has happened, so if there is any changes in the Git repository, then only it's going to trigger this Jenkins job. So you can go for star star 5 star. You should include space in between. So what does this mean is that every minute it's going to check the GitHub repository. So it's going to check the GitHub repository. If there is any changes, then only it's going to trigger it. Click on apply and save. So once after this completed, let's we are not triggering this job manually. What we're going to do, we can edit here itself in any kind of a file actually, or we can able to use the VS Code editor to do that. So here you can able to git commit. So I'm not using this local now. Actually, I'm just for the representing purpose. I'm just using this here mm, select this. So you just a small space which I have given. I have committed the changes. So now the changes is being done. So here you can able to see the commit is being increased. So go here and refresh this page. So git pull auto. So go for dashboards, build history, git pull auto. So this go here. So this is triggered automatically. We didn't do any build actually, since it is so fast. It is having a less time to pull the code from the GitHub. So that's the reason it is triggered automatically. Uh, let's go here. So see here. So the build has been happened. The build the let's again go here and do some changes actually here, and let's see whether it's going to be reflecting actually. The commit is completed. So the commit is to 4. So go to this Jenkins page. So the 3 number 3 should trigger now. So the previous build has happened at 517. See, you can able to see the build has been the job has been triggered automatically, since the it's going to check the desired state of the commit every minute. So 518. So it has completed actually. So you can go and in the workspace, in the workspace. So this is the workspace. So this is the git pull auto. So this is the files which we is pulled automatically when there is a commit. So this is all about this video, guys. In the next video I'm going to do an integration with the Maven, how to build a web app.var file, so for to deploy to the Tomcat server. Hi guys, welcome you all for my DevOps course series. So this is a video about how to integrate Maven to build the war file. So the build the artifact to use it to deploy it in the Tomcat server. So in this video, we are going to create a job with the Maven project. So and we're going to use the pull of the code. So next, we're going to pull the code from the repository. So like this. So the git is the source code is there in the GitHub. We'll just pull the code using the Jenkins, and we're going to build the artifact using Maven actually. So let's start with the new job. So build Maven, build artifacts is fine actually. So in this, select the Maven project. Since it is using Maven for build process, you select the Maven project, click on OK. So once after you click on OK, so you have to do certain task. Build artifacts. So source code management, git. So provide the GitHub URL. So this is the URL which I am providing. So provide the GitHub URL. So since it is a public, I am leaving it default. So edit this one, because we have to, because the edit is main. So the branch name is main. So next, the build trigger poll SEM. So every minute it is going to check the desired state of the GitHub repository. If there is any commit, any changes, it's going to trigger this job actually. So the next thing which you want to do is that build environment. No need to bother about these things now. Next, after the build triggers, so go for the pre-step, go for the build. So root pom means. So where it's going to use pom.xml. So go to this repository. So search for pom.xml. So this is the file which you should be having in your repository. Then only the build is going to happen. So in this, you will going to specify whatever the dependency which is required for this project. You will going to pull that thing from the Maven repository, and you will going to use to build the war file. So this is what the thing. So next thing which you want to do is that build artifacts. So the goal and option which you want to function is clean. So clean means whatever the previous war file, so it will going to be clean. And install. So install means whatever the things which going to be coming is that in the Maven life cycle which you can able to see it. So you can go for search for Maven life cycle, and you could able to clearly identify. So what is the install it's going to tell is that whatever the previous thing which the previous steps like the package test and all that will be included in the install itself. We can use the package option also, we can use the install option. I'm going with the install option. So all of the things I'm leaving it as default. So presently we need not to bother about all those things now. So click on apply, click on save. So next click on build now. So it's going to trigger a build job actually. So wait for. So still it is under progress. See the. So in the console output you could able to see what is the things which is going on in your Jenkins job actually. So now it started downloading all this Maven repository which is required to build this job. Now it is doing a unit test. So unit test is okay. So now again it is doing some unit test and everything is completed. So once you get a success message, it tells that the build is completed. Means you could able to, there should be a war file where you can able to use that war file to deploying it to the Tomcat server. So this is the workspace. So go to this folder, workspace Jenkins.workspace folder. So this is the build underscore artifact. This is the job which we triggered. So go inside this. So you should be able to see the source code. So the web app directory, inside the web app directory, so you should be able to see the pom.xml. Inside that is target. Inside the target where you can able to find the war file which is required for us to deploy in Tomcat server. So we can able to use this web app.war file to deploy it in the containers. So deploy it in the Tomcat server. So this is all about this. So in the next video we shall set up the Tomcat server. So and let's focus on how to create a Jenkins job to deploy it in the Tomcat. So hi everyone, myself Prithvi. Today welcome you all for my DevOps course series. So in this video we are going to set up a Tomcat server. So here I have mentioned to set up in EC2 instance. So we are not using EC2 instance. So we are setting up it in compute instance, actually compute GCP compute engine. So we after that we are going to install Java and we are going to configure Tomcat. So and start Tomcat server and access it with port 8080. So what we can able to do is that, so since to avoid some time actually, so I have created a terraform script. So where you can use this terraform script to create your compute engine instance. So with a startup script where it's going to pointing to install Java. So let me take you to that startup script actually. It will be very easy for you to understand. So what are all the things which it is going to do? So when installing Tomcat server. So first thing, so I'm going to explain you this actually. install Java actually. So first it's going to install Java. The command is yum install Java 11 OpenJDK 11. So this it's going to install. So after that, so yum install wget, since CentOS will not come in wget, we will going to install wget. So presently for compute engine instance, I'm using an operating system Linux distros CentOS 8. So and we're going to install Nano also. This will be very useful for the editor kind of a editor purpose. So and we're going to go for this OPT directory, optional directory, and we're going to just pull wget. This is the official thing where we're going to pull the tar.z file from the Tomcat server. So when you go for Tomcat download, so you're going to be popped up with the page. So go for Apache Tomcat. So you have to go for download actually. So you're going to have many files actually. So since we installing it in the Linux actually, you can download this tar.z. So this is the file which we are going to install. You can copy this link and you can able to use it in Linux script actually to install that. We are downloading, first we are downloading with that link. So next we are uh, unzipping it. So after that, we're going to provide an execution permission for the startup script and shutdown script to perform the actions actually. So this is the startup script where it's going to be used for starting up the Tomcat server. So this is for shutting down. So this is the execution permission which I am giving. So after that, we are starting the service. So this is the full path which you want to specify to start the service. After that, what we're going to use, we're going to uh, what we're going to do, we're going to edit some files which is there in context.xml. So first, web apps, host manager, and context.xml. So this is the file which we are editing. Why we are editing? So it's basically Tomcat server is only accessible to localhost 127.0.0.0. So we are editing this to make it accessible with the public IP. So all these files like context.xml in host manager, web apps manager, and docs, here all we will going to edit it because to access it from the public IP. After that, we are going to link this actually. So this startup script which we are going to link with this uh, name. If you're going to type Tomcat up, means we will going to start the Tomcat service. If you type Tomcat command, Tomcat down, it's going to be going to initiate a the Tomcat service down. So after that, so we're going to use delete some default user which is there in the Tomcat config.tomcat users.xml file. So after that, we're going to insert our own users actually. So this is the echo command which is used to insert these roles. These are the roles: manager.gui, manager.script. So manager hyphen jmx, manager status. So these are all the roles, and these are the admin, and the password is admin. So the role which we are giving is manager GUI, manager script, and manager hyphen JMax. All the roles will be given for admin. So for deploying purpose, we can use this deploy option. So manager script is enough for us. So also we will use for this next video which I am talking about to use to create a Jenkins job. We're going to use this user actually admin itself. So this is all about this configuration file. Now let us go for this Tomcat server Terraform script. Copy this. So you have to go for GCP console actually. So you have to go for compute engine VM. So next you have to click on cloud shell. This is the icon where it's going to activate the cloud shell here. Since I already have cloud shell is activated, so I'm cancelling this. So this is the cloud shell, it is already activated. So you can make a directory. So in this, first you should ensure this project is selected, which project which you are using. This project is selected. So this is Tomcat server -tf. tf to identify this is a terraform script directory. So cd, so I'm going it, so going inside this directory, so ls, so there is no file is there inside this directory. So nano, so I'm going to create a Tomcat server there, Tomcat tf file, Tomcat server dot tf, enter. So paste. So we have to copy terraform script, click on copy, and after copying it, so click on insert, so it will insert it. So and control x and y, so now it is been available. So tomcat-server.tf. So I'm going to explain what is this terraform script is going to do. So the resource is google underscore compute underscore instance. This is a one of the things which is defined by Google actually. So if you're gonna edit something here, it is not going to work because this is defined. It should be in this correct format itself to execute this terraform script. So this is the name of the compute engine instance. So the boot disk which I am giving auto delete is true. So these are all the things which is not required. So the image, it is project the CentOS cloud. So this is the image CentOS stream 8 which we are using. So persistent date is 30 GB. So the interesting thing is the startup script. So this is the startup script which we are using in this video. So this is going to help us in terms of deploying our Tomcat server. So which I showed you, right? This is the startup script. So where we are installed that startup script here. So we can install, like we can use like a file shell script. So and you can able to point the current directory file name. So it's going to take up from there, or you can able to provide an URL actually. So that also is going to work. So and these are all the things which is related to the network interface. So and the VPC it is attached actually, and all that the things or information is contained here. So that if we are using default VPC, we are not going to create a custom VPC and all. So let us create a Tomcat server. To do that, first command which we want to do is that terraform init. So terraform init, what does this command does is that it's going to initialize the terraform script. It's going to check the installed Google supported version. So and the terraform provider and all. So it is successfully initialized. Next is terraform plan. So this also should work fine without any kind of an error. So it is asking for an authorization. So authorization is completed. So it is telling us this plan is going to add one resources, 0 to change and 0 to destroy. So there is no already a resource is present. That's the reason it's not going to change. It's going to add another resource. So the next command is terraform apply to apply actually, or you can use validate or plan. So both is going to work. Terraform apply. So auto approve means we are approving it. It's going to ask for yes or no. So whether to execute this script or no. So instead of giving yes and all, so we are giving auto approve. So it's going to take the auto approve. So now it has started with creating the Tomcat server. So to see that, so what you can able to do, so click on refresh. You should be seeing a Tomcat server here. So see the Tomcat server created, and the external IP is present here. So also you can able to see the apply completed, one resource is added, but still our Tomcat server will not be accessible. Why? I'm going to tell you. So the port which Tomcat server use, port 8080. So once we start typing colon public IP colon 8080, it will give an error message where it is not found. Why? It is because there is a shell script, which startup script which we created, right? So that startup script is still running. How to visualize this? So go inside this Tomcat server. So go for serial port 1 and console. So go. So here you can able to see the startup script is still running. So you can refresh it. So see, still it is running. Still it is running. Refresh it. So it will not be accessible because we have not opened the port 8080 in our VPC firewall also. Before going in SSHing it, let's SSH first. So it is going to opening means we are going inside the SSH of that particular Tomcat server. So during this, let me go for click on this hamburger menu, navigation menu, go for VPC. So go for firewall. So in the firewall, so you have to create a firewall rule. Actually, create a firewall rule. So the name which you are giving is Tomcat server. So the firewall rule is Tomcat server. We are using a default network. So if you are deployed this compute engine instance in some other VPC, you can able to specify that. So since I have deployed it in default VPC, I am selecting default. So priority I am leaving it as 1000 itself. So lesser the it is, it's going to override the previous firewall rule against it, and it is a ingress. The direction of traffic, it is ingress. That's the reason I'm choosing ingress. Action on match. Allow means we are allowing this traffic in whatever the condition in targets all the instance in the network, and the source IP range is 0.0.0.0/0. So this is the command means it is accessible in all the IP. It is accessing all the IP, and if you gonna what are the protocols you want to allow. If you gonna click on allow all, so it's going to allow every port actually. So it is not the best practice to give allow all. TCP, the port is 8080. So this is the port which I am opening currently, and I'm also opening another port like ICMP. So for the ping request and all. So I'm creating this rule. So once after the rule is created, so let's go for hi guys. The Terraform script has worked fine. So which is this Tomcat user.xml. So this is the error which we are getting, right. So let us try logging in. So the admin, the password should work fine. So if it is not working, see, it is not working now. So what I have done is that, uh, so go to the VI editor. So click on I. So what I have done is that, so I removed these spaces actually. So why? Because so there may be a chances that extra character may be there before these values. So once you does that, so it will start working actually. So the content is the same, but why it is causing the error is that, so there may be a possibility that some extra characters may be there, but it is not there here. But that's the real problem with this kind of an XML configuration files. Mm, Presently, I am removing the spaces and putting them back. So this completes the editing part. WQ, right and exit. So now Tomcat down. So it's telling that Tomcat command is not found. So let us give the full path of that script actually. OPT Apache. So bin, and yes, shutdown. This is the shutdown script. So it's going to be shutting down the Tomcat server which is currently running. So what we am doing is that, so I am again calling the same startup script actually to start the Tomcat server. So now the Tomcat server is started. So see, now you could able to see where you can page where you can able to access the the Tomcat application server actually. So next, in the next video, so this is all about this video guys. In the next video we shall integrate the Tomcat server. So and we'll just publish the war file here so that we can able to access in the Tomcat server. So thank you all, bye bye. So, hi guys, so welcome you all for my DevOps course. So, this is a video about integrating the Tomcat server. So, the previously we built a artifact which using Maven, right? So, we use that to deploy into the Tomcat server. So, how to deploy it? So, the first step of to do is Jenkins. So you have to install some plugins actually. So the plugin name is deploy to the container. Go for available. So to see that, so you have some. You can follow the README file. So in the README file, I just mentioned. So what is the things which you have to do while installing the Tomcat server? After installing the Tomcat server, so in the we have to install a plugin deploy to the container. So this is what which we have to do. So we are in the 8th step now. Go for deploy to the container. So this is the one. So select this. So install without restart. So click on this. So it's going to download all the dependencies. So some of the dependencies is already downloaded. So that's the reason it is appeared as a success. So these are the two remaining files which is downloading right now. So once after it is finished, we shall go for the configuration of the credentials which we configured for our Tomcat server actually. So now it is completing. So wait, we need to wait for actually. So now the install plugin is completed. So go back. So you can go for the manage Jenkins again. So and we need to specify the credentials of the Tomcat server. So go for the system configuration. So no. So we go for manage credentials, systems. So the global credentials. So you can put add credential. So add credential, you can select the username with password. So next thing which you want to mention is that the scope. So leave it as it is. So username, uh, admin. So password is admin. So ID and description is ID, which I am giving it as a Tomcat server. Tomcat server. So next, create. So once after we created this Tomcat server ID, so we should go for the so 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 we are in the dashboard right now. So we have to create a new jobs. uh, in the new job, so we should mention it as deploy to Tomcat server. So we can select the previous one. So like previously we used the build artifact, right? The same thing which you can able to use it. So after go come down. So everything is the default, you need not to change the above things. So build also the same thing. So after this, the we should have the post build actions actually. Here you select for the post build action. So here this is the one option which is available. So since we installed the plugin here, so click on this. So and it's going to ask for the war file. So previously we created a war file, right? Where it is? So it is in the web app directory. And so in the web app directory it is in the target and the war file is located. So you can specify like this, like so either you can give the full path, like a web app. So web app target and the war file. So whatever the extension of war file is there inside this target directory, so it's going to take that war file to deploy it to the Tomcat server. So we should remove the prefix. Can copy it and paste it. So it's going to remove the this prefix and it's going to take only this file. So after this, so we can able to deploy it. So click on add container. So in this you can search for uh, Tomcat 8 or 9. So the latest is 9. You can select the 9 itself. There is no issue in that. So you can select the credentials. So this is the credential, so which we created in the system credentials. So the Tomcat URL, so you have to provide the Tomcat URL. So we have, this is the Tomcat URL. Tomcat URL. So you have to provide so the full URL, like port 8080, including port 8080. Copy it. Mm, so and come for here. So this is the Tomcat URL. So after this, so you can uh, click on apply and save. So you can click on build now. So once you click on build now, so it started building. So it's going to take some time for building. Let's see the we can also see the console output. So go for the changes. go for console output. So still it is pulling the still it is in the building state with using Maven. So now the unit test is getting done. So once after the unit test is completed, so it's going to start attempting the war file to take that and to deploy to the Tomcat server. So now the success message which came. So now we have to go to this Tomcat server. So this is the current status. So refresh this page. You should be getting one web app target. So this is the directory, so with you can able to access it. Actually, sorry, the problem is from my side. So in the context.xml, so we need not to uh, provide anything. So if you provide anything, so it's going to take that context path to deploy that our war file over there. So that's the reason I am leaving it empty. The context path will be empty right now. So we should go for this again to so here you can able to see, so the web app directory is being appeared. So why because now, so we have done some configuration changes. That's the reason we could be able to get that desired output. So let's go and check for the console output. So it is giving us the greens. So the build is success is complete. So once we click on web app directory, we should be able to see the index.jx. The application is being deployed into the Tomcat server with integration with Jenkins. So let us check again by doing some changes actually. So then, so let us go in the DevOps directory. So I'm changing something in web app. Click on web app and source main.web app. So after that index.jxe, this is what the content which is visible out there. So let us go and edit something. So now this is the desired state. So now we shall edit something to like we shall remove this. Presently it is also coming. So when I deployed it to the Kubernetes, I just used this context, so I can remove it. So now presently this application, your application is running on Kubernetes, that I am removing. So I am on commit. I'm committing the changes. So now the commit is been done. So we should be able to see build process. The Jenkins jobs should be able to trigger automatically. So see, now the Jenkins job is got triggered. So since we made a last commit for there, so let's wait for some time to complete. So then let us go for accessing the Tomcat server. So if you want to see the console output, go for console output. So now it's still in progress. So that's a success message which came, which showed that redeploying into the Tomcat this directory. So presently this is what we are viewing. So now we have removed this line. We should be able to see it is removed. So see, now it is removed. Now we have established a Jenkins job to deploy it to the Tomcat server directly. So without any kind of a human intervention. So if anybody does any changes in the Git repository, it automatically detects it and automatically starts the build trigger in the Jenkins, and the build process and the deployment process will all be completed by this. So thank you all guys. Thank you all guys for this video. So thank you for your patience. Hi, hello everyone. Myself Rafi. Today welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So we shall do a Docker host setup actually. So previously what we did was we deployed an artifact onto the Tomcat server. So if you watch the previous video, you want to know how we set up the Tomcat server and how we set up the Jenkins job to integrate with the Tomcat servers to deploy our source code from a war file. So if you're going to access it, it will be visible like this. Okay. So after this, so these are all some git commands so that you can use whenever you want to do a git commit from your local computer. So after that, it's going to build trigger will happen in the Jenkins automatically whenever any commit in GitHub. So in this video we're going to do a Docker host setup. So in this I mentioned to set up the Linux EC2 instance actually. So if you want to set up the Linux EC2 instance, you can set it up. Otherwise you can use like my in this repository CI/CD build hyphen Kubernetes. In this there is a folder called Docker. So let me go back. So this is the Docker folder. So where you can go here and you can search for the Docker TF. So Docker TF, what is going to, this is the Terraform script. So where you can take this script. So in this the actual startup script is also mentioned here. So it will be auto setup is going to happen. What we did for Tomcat server, you can use it in GCP actually, GCP cloud. This is the Terraform script which is used for GCP cloud. You can go and uh, execute this script in Cloud Shell if you have your GCP account. So otherwise, if you have a virtual box installed, if you have a CentOS machine, so what you can do, you can this is the script which you can take and which you can execute in CentOS machine. So first command is a sudo m install and all. So presently in this video, I'm using Ubuntu actually. I'm not using CentOS for installing a Docker host. So since the Ubuntu is one of the preferred method for installing for some of the users, I'm using Ubuntu actually. So Ubuntu, if you want to use Ubuntu, so next you want to set up a virtual box. So after in the virtual box, you have to click on add, and you can use no, click on new, and you can name it as a Docker host and Ansible host. So I'm using this virtual box Ubuntu machine for two of the cases, Ansible and Docker. I'm installing Ansible and Docker in this uh, virtual machine itself. So you can give like a Docker host. So and you can select the preferred location. So and you can select the ISO image where you can able to select the desktop version Ubuntu 22.4 actually, and you can able to click on next, and it's going to install after this. So since I've already installed, so I am just going with the installed Ubuntu. So once after you installed, you have to provide your password which you entered during the VM creation. So this is a machine. So first let's see about what is an IP which it is getting. IP. So it's getting an IP of 10.0.2.15. So this is a NAT IP, means it is in NAT, means the adapter which is adopted is NAT actually. So we have to go here and click on settings, and in the network, instead of NAT you have to select the bridge option. So you need not to do anything below this, leave it as it is and click on OK. So once you click on OK, you should be getting an IP from your local home machine. So still it is not getting IP actually. See, now the IP has been taken from the your home server, home router actually. So you got an IP. So the next thing which you want to do after getting an IP is uh, you have to set this. You have to install Docker actually. Before that, I am going for install updating this machine. So what is an error which you are getting is that Prithvi is not in the sudoers file. Incident will be reported. So this is the first thing which you're gonna get. So if you want to log in as a root user, so it's going to ask for a password. So since the password is the previous password which you have, so you can use that password to log in into that root password. To what you can do by logging into the root, actually you have to add the permission for the user Prithvi to execute this commands. So for that, what you can do is that, so you can use user mod hyphen a G. So sudo is a group. I'm adding Prithvi user to the sudo's group. So next the username. So now let's check. So see, the user Prithvi is in sudo's group. So this is the sudo's group where you can able to see that. So you can exit from root actually, Control L. So you can install. You can start installing Docker now. It is going to ask for the password. So the main reason is that once after you done a modification, you have to reboot it. So that's one of the real issue. So that let's do reboot. So once after the reboot is completed, so we can able to execute the commands as a root privileges what we set for the user Prithvi. So now sudo apt update. So now it started working. So the previous changes which we done for the modification which we done for the user Prithvi, so that has taken an effect. Now it started updating. It's going to take some time for updating. So since so now the update is completed. So the next thing which you want to do is that you have to install a Docker engine. So if you want to install a Docker in CentOS machine, you can go for docker setup.sh. So here it's going to set up a Docker, and it's going to run a Docker with a Tomcat latest, and it's going to run some commands like Docker exec into that machine, and it's going to do some changes to make it work. So in this video, we are not concentrating on how to install Docker in CentOS. We are concentrating on how to install Docker in Ubuntu machine. So for that, you can go for docker install.ubuntu sh. So you can copy this uh, commands. This is the script to install a Docker in Ubuntu. This is the simple shell script, so where you can use for installing. Actually, this script only works for Ubuntu. It doesn't going to work for any kind of an other machine. So what you can able to do is that let me check which directory we am in. So I'm in this directory. So let us go inside this directory and create one directory. Script. So Docker install. I'm creating this file and pasting the command. So Control X, Y, and enter. So now you have to give some execution permission for the file which you created. Now next you can run. So this shell script. So it's telling that please run this script from root only. So means that we have to run this script from the root actually. So what we can able to do is that login as the root. So and run the script. Now it started running the script. So it's going to first, what it's going to do is that I'll just extend. So let it complete first. So what it's doing is that, so first it's going to check whether it is a root user or not. So if it is a root user, this script is going to execute. Next it's going to check if it is a Ubuntu machine or not. So if it is a Ubuntu machine, then it's going to execute. Otherwise, it's going to throw an error. It is not an Ubuntu machine, and you have to be working the script with a Ubuntu machine that only. So next, it's going to start installing the Ubuntu. Before that, it's going to remove any older version is there in the older version of Docker, and after removing it, so it's going to update. So and it's going to uh, install some certificates actually and GPJ keys actually, and after that all the things. So it's going to start installing Docker engine inside in the uh, Ubuntu machine. So now it's still it's in progress. We have to wait for some time. So till it completes its Docker installation. So after it is completed, we could able to see the Docker status actually, whether it is running or not. So by this command, we can able to check whether the Docker is running inside the Ubuntu machine or not. So now Docker is installed successfully. So you're going to get a Docker installation successful on the Ansible Docker host. So this is the username. This is the name of the server, right? This is the host name which it is getting. So you can verify with the Docker systemctl status Docker. So let's verify by systemctl status Docker. See, now the Docker is enabled and it is active and up and running actually. So now we could able to execute our Docker commands like a Docker PS. So to check the active containers, there is no containers which is running, and Docker image, do not see any images actually. No images is there currently. So we have to run the Tomcat server. So Docker run. So in the daemon mode, name, I'm giving the name for this is Tomcat. So and the port number is 8080. So this is the port which I am exposing. So the Tomcat server is running at 8080 Tomcat. So this is the image name. uh, Tomcat latest. So once we run this command, so it's going to check whether any images existing in the local machine. If it is not there, it's going to start pulling the image from the Docker hub. So let me go to the Docker hub. So this is the Docker hub actually, where you can search for Docker hub and you can able to go for this image. You can search here Tomcat. Latest. uh, you can able to search for Tomcat. So this is the Tomcat. So when you can click on this, so it's going to pull the Tomcat actually, so which is the latest version. So let's see whether the Tomcat image is pulled or not. So once after it is completed, it will be up and running. So I'll going to resume the video once after the Docker container is up and running. Now it is currently is pulling the image. Now the Tomcat is running. So where you can search for Tom. So where you can do Docker PS. So you could able to see the Tomcat latest image it is using is the ID of the container which is running. So and the status is up about a minute. It's 1 minute ago it is up. So it is allowing any of the IP and it is running at port 8080 and this is the port which is exposing. This is the port which is the target port which is transferring and this is the name of the container. So next we can search for Docker PS also. Docker PS is over. Docker images. So here you should able to see the Tomcat. So the Tomcat image actually. So the next thing which you can do is that you can open uh, the browser. You can open the browser. Previously I just opened it. So when you search for localhost and 8080 port number, so you'll getting this error. So we shall fix this error. The error is we shall go inside that directory and let's check what is happening. So let's go inside the machine, inside the container. So to go into that, so docker exec it means interactive mode. So and uh, the name of the container. So and the shell script. Now you are inside the container. So these are the files it is there inside the container. So whatever the configuration files which is there in which should be there in web apps directory. So when you check there is no files which is there in web app directory. So what so the files which is the file which is which contain right the Tomcat server, the Tom XML files, Tom users file, the Tom web page and all, nothing is there. So what we can able to do is that we can able to do like this. So the files which are there is in when you go to this directory, this is the directory. In this directory the all the files which should be there in web apps directory, which is it should be there in this directory. Rather than that which is there in this directory, we have to copy these files inside this web apps dot dist to web apps directory. So the command to copy this actually is go back. So cp, so capital R recursively. web apps, this is the directory, right? So all the file to, so this directory. So once you enter this command, so let us go to web apps directory. Let's check. So see now, all the files which is copied to this web app directory. So now let us go and check. Let us refresh this page. So now we should be able to see the home page of Tomcat server. So how to fix this issue? So we can fix this issue by building a Docker file. So we can use the existing image itself to set up. So this is the, you can able to see the Docker latest in this. Uh, this is the command we are pulling the Tomcat latest image. So run means we are running the command to copy recursively from this repository, from this directory to user local Tomcat web apps directory. So uh, after that, so we are after that we are building, means we are copying .war file to web apps directory. Means this is for building an artifact. So presently now we just copy only this part and we shall build one image actually. So now we shall exit from this. Now we have exited. So in this current directory where I'm creating a Docker file. So insert, so Control X, Control Y. So after this, what we can able to do is that we have to build actually Docker build -t. So next, the name of the image which we want to give, Tomcat v1. This is the tag which I am giving, and this is which we are creating. A dot means it is, we have to look for the Docker file which is there in the current directory. So click enter. So it started building. It started building. So now the Docker build process is completed. So let's check uh, Docker images. So you should be having two images. One is Tomcat latest, which we pulled from the Docker Hub. So Tomcat v1, which we created now. So now what shall we do is that we shall run this container Docker run in the daemon mode. Name Tom name which I'm giving is Tomcat uh, hyphen v1. So next the image name, which we next the port number. The port number is 8080. So since we already given the port number for other container which is running on port 8080, so we should give port 8081. Next the image Tomcat v1. So now it is going to pull the Tomcat image v1 and it's going to run actually. So it is so fast because it is taking the image from locally. That's the reason. Previously it is pulled from the Docker Hub. Let's check Docker ps. So now two of the container is up and running. It is running from before from 15 seconds. Let's go here. Let's open another terminal. Localhost 8081. So when you enter this, so you should be able to see the default page of Tomcat server. So since we downloaded the file which was there in webapps.dist to webapps directory, so it is working perfectly fine. So now the issue is fixed. Uh, Now this is an image which is required to deploy our artifact to container. So in the next video, I just want to tell you, we'll just do an integration with the Docker host which we created, right? So now the Docker setup is completed, and I just explained you about how Docker file I have created. So this is the command. So we just created a Docker file with this the help. In the next video we shall integrate with the Jenkins. We shall integrate with the Jenkins, and we shall integrate this with the Jenkins, and we shall create the Docker file and the Docker image, the new Docker image which we're going to create. So presently, what you can able to do is that go inside the Ubuntu machine, and you you stop the containers which is running, that because it's going to cause it's going to be the problem when you are running the container from the Jenkins. So there are no Docker container is running, there are no Docker images is there. I'm going to show you, I'm going to integrate the Docker with the Jenkins. So next, after that, you just add the users and all, and we just run the Tomcat server in Docker host without any kind of a manual intervention. You just do it with automatically. How to do that in the next video? I will going to demonstrate you guys. So hi everyone, so welcome you all for my DevOps series. So in this, in the last video we just created a Docker host. So we build the Docker file and we run the Docker commands like Docker build and Docker run to run the container with the image which we created. So in this video we shall integrate the Docker with the Jenkins. So first we have to create a Docker admin user and install a publish over SSH plugin and Docker host to Jenkins. We have to do that. So the first thing is that uh, we have to create a Docker admin user. Copy this command, go to this Ubuntu server where the Docker host which we set up, right? That is the one. So now the user is created. So the next command where you can uh, what next, you have to add the add the Docker admin user to Docker Docker group. So what you can able to do is that you can copy all these command at a time so that it will be easy for you. Uh, Go to the Ubuntu Docker host, shift insert, shift type enter. So what is telling is that Docker admin user. So this worked fine and this worked fine. So make directory Docker admin. So the file is already exist. Let's see ls. Uh, so we have a Docker admin directory is already. So let us check the ownership of this directory so that it will be easier for us to execute the commands in the directory. So presently it is the group is Docker admin and the user is also Docker admin. So and this in Docker admin user. So after doing this all, so we have to set a password for the Docker admin user. Password dot Docker admin. So password is updated successfully. So once after this, what is that is required? Is SSH is enabled or not? What we have to check is that system ctl status SSH. So the SSH is up and running. So it's one of the good sign for us. Otherwise, if you don't have SSH, what you can able to do is that apt install SSH. So you can able to do like this so that the SSH will be installed actually, so that it will not be an issue while SSH into the SSHing into the this Docker host. So since we have an up and running, so we need not to worry. We have to configure some etc SSH file. Uh, Control L. So the next thing which we want to do is that we shall go to the etc SSH directory. So we have to configure this sssht.config file, because uh, the password authentication is not there. So if you want to check, what you can able to do is that uh, let us try sshing it. Docker admin at the rate 192.168.0.6. So the SSH is working. Uh, there is no need to worry about. So if SSH is not working, so the important thing what you have to do configuration is that go for this etc nano SS. Go to this file. So see here this password authentication is yes. So sometimes this password authentication will be no. So you have to change this uh, file to yes, so that it will be the SSH will work with the password. Once after this is completed, the next thing which we want to do is that we want to edit this file, sudoers file, copy this below command. So why we are doing is that whenever we want to execute any commands from the remote side, uh, it will ask us for the password. When it is going to ask us for the password, uh, it's going to be a problem. Our Jenkins jobs will fail. So because of that reason, what we can able to do is that so we will insert this command. So for this user, we allow all the commands without any kind of a password. Control X, Y. So this completes the process. Exit. So the next thing is that now the Docker host is set up. So if you want to try with entering any commands like apt install ssh. So the front end is locked actually. Let's sudo su. So see now when you want to log in as a root, it didn't ask for the password. The main reason is that you said in the vi sudo file, you said that you should not ask password. That's the reason whenever you log in to a as a root from the Docker admin user, it is not going to ask for the password. So that's all. So now the Docker host is completely set up. So next thing which you want to do is that go for the Jenkins integration. So we had completed with the Docker setup actually. So the next thing which we want to do after completing the Docker setup is go for manage Jenkins. So we want to install a Docker publish over SSH plugins. So this is the plugin which we want to install. Go for available plugins and search for publish over SSH. So select this install without with restart. So this is going to download the dependency which is required for these plugins to work perfectly fine. So now it is installing publish over SSH. Uh, so now it is installed. So go for manage Jenkins again, and once you go for manage Jenkins, you have to configure the system configuration. In the system configuration, you should be able to see the plugin which you installed, the plugin like publish over SSH. So scroll down to the down. So in the last, you should be able to see the publish over SSH actually, and click on add server. So in this, you enter Docker host. Next, the host name is the IP address which is there for Ubuntu actually, the Docker host. So you can type IPA command. So this is going to give the IP address of it. So this is an IP where this is an IP which is being used actually. Uh, you can copy that IP, and you, in the host name you enter that IP 0.6, and the username is the Docker admin. And so click on advanced. So in the advanced, use password authentication, click on that. So take the password authentication 199. So this is the password which we set, right? The password which is set for the Docker admin. So give that. That's all. So give on test configuration. So you should be able to successfully SSH into the device. Click on apply and save. So this completes the setup actually. The next is we want to create a new job. So let us give the job name is uh, build and deploy uh, to Docker. So in that, you can able to select the previous one actually, or you can able to create your own job actually. Click on Maven project and click on OK. So we can give the description. Uh, I'm not going with the description. Take on in the source code management. Take on Git, and you have to provide uh, of the repository which you are using. Go to the DevOps course repository. Click on uh, the code and take the URL of that repository. Paste here. So one thing which you want to know here is that we are using the public repository. That's the reason we don't require the credentials. So since the repository is in the main head, so you have to provide the main itself to work it properly. Click on main. After that, you want to have a automatic triggers. That's the reason you are configuring poll.sem. So once after this, go for the build process, clean and install. So this for the Maven build. So once after this, click on the post build action. In this, you have to select publish artifact over SSH. So since we install the plugins, so that's the reason we are able to see that option. So since we have a credential setup, it is automatically taking from the SSH server which we added. So this is the SSH server. This is the only one which is there. So here you have to specify the source file where you want that to be uh, located. Actually, the source file means where it is located. Means it is located in the web app at target and the war file, which is, so this is the source file means the build which is being done, right? The build process. Uh, in the build process, it will be taken into the web app target, and this is the directory where this where it will be located, the war files. And remove the prefix, so because we don't want that in that prefix that it should be stored, and we only want war file to be exported. So you can specify the directory like uh, home and docker admin. So since we are logging as a docker admin user itself, the default path will be a home slash docker admin itself. So here the important things comes here. So the exact commands which we want to give here means the command which you want to execute in that particular docker host, we want to provide here. So this is the docker command, you can copy from here. And in front of this you give sudo, because it requires a sudo privilege for to execute this command. So after this, click on apply and save. Once after the apply and save is done, click on build now. So once you click on the build, it should trigger, build process should trigger. So see, now the build process is triggered. Go for the console output. So let's wait for some time. So still now it is started connecting to the docker host. So you could able to see here the SSH connection is being started. So what is the problem where exception when publishing message exit status 0, not 0 means 125, send an artifact is unstable. So let's go to that file actually. So there is some problem actually. So let's debug those issues. So let's go into the docker admin home page. Let's see, the docker file is there. So and we have a web app.war file is also there. It's good that it is transferred. So there is some problem is there, I think, in executing the docker run commands, I think. Let us check docker ps. So we don't have any containers is up and running. Docker images. So this is the problem where we already have an app v1 file actually. So let's remove it so that it will be easy for us to go. Docker rmi app, we are removing this image, other image id. So there is some problem actually. Never suppose image is being used in stopped container. So there is some stopped container actually, docker ps -a. So since some docker container is using that, it couldn't able to uh, uh, delete it. So that's the reason we have to remove this container. That's one of the good point, because sometimes what happens is that when we don't remove it, the the job is going to fail. So docker remove 95 means it is removed. You can able to see the docker container is removed. Even if you give it 9 and 5, this is the initial number of the docker container id, it will work actually. So now it's a time for us to remove that image. So nothing is there, you can verify docker images, nothing is running, and no container, no stopped container is there, no running container is there. We have verified. So now it is a time for us to trigger a job build again. So this is the problem. In the next video I shall address that problem actually. Let us go and build now. So now when you click on build now, so we must use the post method to trigger proceed. So the build is initiated. Let's go and see. So the build of Maven directory is done. So let's wait for some time. So now it is connecting to the Docker host. So let's go and see. Uh, we have a Docker file. We have a webapp.war file. So next, let us check for Docker PS. So we have a container is up and running. So that's one of the very important things. So the port which it is running is 8087. So if you want to check what is the status of it, so now the build is success. What you can do, you can go here and go for Firefox, and you can do a localhost with the port 8080 colon. So you could able, it should work. You should be able to see the default page actually. Sorry. Okay, so localhost 8087. So now you should be able to see that the Tomcat homepage. So to access our image actually, you can go for web app. So see, you could able to access the actual uh, index.jx file actually from the from the source repository to actual deployment to the Docker container. So in the next video we shall address some issues which we faced in this video, like uh, when during the previous build there is some unstable and error messages which came, right, because of some previous Docker containers were running, and previous uh, images were there. That's the reason you couldn't able to do that. So in the next video we shall address that issues. So hi everyone, so welcome you all from my DevOps series. So in this in the last video we just created a Docker host. So we build the Docker file and we run the Docker commands like docker build and docker run to run the container with the image which we created. So in this video we shall integrate the Docker with the Jenkins. So first we have to create a Docker admin user and install a publish over SSH plugin and Docker host to Jenkins. We have to do that. So the first is that uh, we have to create a Docker admin user. Copy this command, go to this Ubuntu server where the Docker host which we set up, right? That is the one. So now the user is created. So the next command where you can uh, what next, you have to add the Docker admin user to Docker Docker group. So what you can able to do is that you can copy all these command at a time so that it will be easy for you. Uh, Go to the Ubuntu Docker host, shift insert, shift type enter. So what is telling is that Docker admin user. So this worked fine and this worked fine. So make directory Docker admin. So the file is already exist. Let's see ls. Uh, so we have a Docker admin directory is already. So let us check the ownership of this directory so that it will be easier for us to execute the commands in the directory. So presently it is the group is Docker admin and the user is also Docker admin. So and this in Docker admin user. So after doing this all, so we have to set a password for the Docker admin user. Password dot Docker admin. So password is updated successfully. So once after this, what is that is required? Is SSH is enabled or not? Uh, what we have to check is that system CTL status SSH. So the SSH is up and running. So it's one of the good sign for us. Otherwise, if you don't have SSH, what you can able to do is that apt install SSH. So you can able to do like this so that the SSH will be installed actually, so that it will not be an issue while SSH into the SSHing into the this Docker host. So since we have an up and running, so we need not to worry. We have to configure some etc SSH file. Uh, Control L. So the next thing which we want to do is that we shall go to the etc SSH directory. So we have to configure this sssht.config file because uh, the password authentication is not there. So if you want to check, what you can able to do is that uh, let us try sshing it. Docker admin at the rate 192.168.0.6. So the SSH is working. There is no need to worry about. So if SSH is not working, so the important thing what you have to do configuration is that go for this etc nano SS. Go to this file. So see here this password authentication is yes. So sometimes this password authentication will be no. So you have to change this uh, file to yes so that it will be the SSH will work with the password. Once after this is completed, the next thing which we want to do is that we want to edit this file, sudoers file, copy this below command. So why we are doing is that whenever we want to execute any commands from the remote side, uh, it will ask us for the password. When it is going to ask us for the password, uh, it's going to be a problem. Our Jenkins jobs will fail. So because of that reason, what we can able to do is that uh, so we will insert this command. So for this user, we allow all the commands without any kind of a password. Control X Y. So this completes the process. Exit. So the next thing is that now the Docker host is set up. So if you want to try with entering any commands like apt install ssh. So the front end is locked actually. Let's sudo so, so see now when you want to log in as a root, it didn't ask for the password. The main reason is that you said in the vi sudo file, you said that you should not ask password. That's the reason whenever you log in to a as a root from the Docker admin user, it is not going to ask for the password. So that's all. So Now the Docker host is completely set up. So next thing which you want to do is that go for the Jenkins integration. So we had completed with the Docker setup actually. So the next thing which we want to do after completing the Docker setup is go for manage Jenkins. So we want to install a Docker publish over SSH plugins. So this is the plugin which we want to install. Go for available plugins and search for publish over SSH. So select this install without with restart. So this is going to download the dependency which is required for these plugins to work perfectly fine. So now it is installing publish over SSH. Uh, so now it is installed. So go for manage Jenkins again, and once you go for manage Jenkins, you have to configure the system configuration. In the system configuration, you should be able to see the plugin which you installed, the plugin like publish over SSH. So scroll down to the down. So in the last, you should be able to see the publish over SSH actually, and click on add server. So in this, you enter Docker host. Next, the host name is the IP address which is there for 1.2 actually the Docker host. So you can type IPA command. So this is going to give the IP address of it. So this is an IP this is an IP which is being used actually. Uh, you can copy that IP and in the host name you enter that IP 0.6 and the username is the Docker admin. And so click on advanced. So in the advanced use password authentication, click on that. So take the password authentication 199. So this is the password which we set, right? The password which is set for the Docker admin. So give that. That's all. So give on test configuration. So you should be able to successfully SSH into the device. Click on apply and save. So this completes the setup actually. The next is we want to create a new job. So let us give the job name is uh, build and deploy uh, to Docker. So in that you can able to select the previous one actually, or you can able to create your own job actually. Click on Maven project and click on OK. So we can give the description. uh, I'm not going with the description. Take on in the source code management, take on Git, and you have to provide uh, of the repository which you are using. Go to the DevOps course repository, click on uh, the code and take the URL of that repository, paste here. So one thing which you want to know here is that we are using the public repository. That's the reason we don't require the credentials. So since the repository is in the main head, so you have to provide the main itself to work it properly. Click on main. After that, you want to have a automatic triggers. That's the reason you are configuring poll.sem. So once after this, go for the build process, clean and install. So this for the Maven build. So once after this, click on the post build action. In this, you have to select publish artifact over SSH. So since we install the plugins, so that's the reason we are able to see that option. So since we have a credential setup, it is automatically taking from the SSS server which we added. So this is the SSS server. This is the only one which is there. So here you have to specify the source file where you want that to be uh, located. Actually, the source file means where it is located. Means it is located in the web app target and the war file, which is, so this is the source file means the build which is being done, right? The build process. Uh, in the build process, it will be taken into the web app target, and this is the directory where this where it will be located, the war files, and remove the prefix. So because we don't want that in that prefix that it should be stored, and we only want war file to be exported. So you can specify the directory like uh, home and docker admin. So since we are logging as a docker admin user itself, the default path will be a home slash docker admin itself. So here the important things comes here. So the exact commands which we want to give here means the command which you want to execute in that particular docker host, we want to provide here. So this is the docker command, you can copy from here, and in front of this you give sudo because it requires a sudo privilege for to execute this command. So after this, click on apply and save. Once after the apply and save is done, click on build now. So once you click on the build, it should trigger, build process should trigger. So see, now the build process is triggered. Go for the console output. So let's wait for some time. So still now it is started connecting to the docker host. So you could able to see here the SSH connection is being started. So what is the problem where exception when publishing message exit status 0, not 0 means 125, send an artifact is unstable. So let's go to that file actually. So there is some problem actually. So let's see, let's debug those issues. So let's go into the docker admin home page. Let's see, the docker file is there. So and we have a web app dot war file is also there. It's good that we it is transferred. So there is some problem is there, I think, in executing the docker run commands, I think. Let us check docker ps. So we don't have any containers is up and running. Docker images. So this is the problem where we already have an app v1 file actually. So let's remove it so that it will be easy for us to go. Docker rmi app, we are removing this image, other image id. So there is some problem actually. Never suppose image is being used in stopped container. So there is some stopped container actually, docker ps hyphen a. So since some docker container is using that, it couldn't able to uh, delete it. So that's the reason we have to remove this container. That's one of the good point, because sometimes what happens is that when we don't remove it, the the job is going to fail. So Docker remove 9.5 means it is removed. You can able to see the Docker container is removed. Even if you give it 9 and 5, this is the initial number of the Docker container ready, it will work actually. So now it's a time for us to remove the image. So nothing is there. You can verify Docker images. Nothing is running, and no container, no stopped container is there, no running container is there. We have verified. So now it is a time for us to trigger a job build again. So this is the problem. In the next video, I shall address that problem actually. Let us go and build now. So now when you click on build now, so we must use the post method to trigger proceed. So the build is initiated. Let's go and see. So the build of Maven directory is done. So let's wait for some time. So now it is connecting to the Docker host. So let's go and see. Uh, we have a Docker file. We have a webapp.war file. So next, let us start for Docker PS. So we have a container is up and running. So that's one of the very important things. So the port which it is running is 8087. So if you want to check what is the status of it, so now the build is success. What you can do, you can go here and go for Firefox, and you can do a localhost with the port 8080 colon. So you could able, it should work. You should be able to see the default page actually. Sorry. Okay, so localhost 8087. So now you should be able to see that uh, the Tomcat homepage. So to access our image actually, you can go for web app. So see, you could able to access the actual uh, index.jx file actually from the from the source repository to actual deployment to the Docker container. So in the next video, we shall address some issues which we faced in this video, like uh, when during the previous build, there is some unstable and error messages which came right because of some previous Docker containers were running, and previous uh, images were there. That's the reason we couldn't able to do that. So in the next video, we shall address that issues. So hi guys, welcome you all for the next video. So in the previous video, what we have done is that we set up the Docker host and we integrated with the Jenkins, and we deployed our Docker image which we built. So we integrated with the Jenkins, the automatic process is triggered and we completed it. So in this video, we shall fix some Docker issues in during the Jenkins process which we faced. Some issues which we faced, right? We have to come out of it because it is an automatic process. We cannot do a manual job like every time we go and fix the issues, like we delete the old container, we remove and replace with the new containers. We cannot do that. So what we can able to do is so copy these commands. So echo, so the similar the previous command. So we are setting this my first app, this is the container name actually. We are setting it as the environment variable and stopping the my first app container and removing it, and after that removing the image which is been used previously. So next we are building the image actually, and we are running with that command. So you can copy this uh, commands and go for build and deploy to the Docker container. You can use the same Jenkins job, otherwise you can create a new Jenkins job. So it's totally up to you. Uh, so in this course, you are learning step by step process how you can able to execute actually. So post stamps, post build actions. In the post build actions, so here where you have to do some changes, replace with these commands, copy it and paste the commands. uh, you have to give sudo in front of it. So this completes it. Click on apply, click on save, and click on build. So once you click on build, there should be it should trigger a console output. So let's go and check the current Ubuntu server. So this is the thing which we have accessed previously. So let's check Docker PS. So previously created Docker container ls. So ls hyphen lrt. So this is going to give the exact time. So previously created is 51:6:51. So this is the time. So next check Docker PS. It is up and running from 16 seconds. Means the Jenkins job which we did is success. We should get a success. So previously we did not we deleted the Docker image and the Docker container manually. Now we are doing it by the automatic Jenkins job. So this is all about this video, guys. Okay, so in the next video we shall start with pushing this Docker image to Docker container hub. So we can use multiple times with pulling the Docker image from the Docker hub to the Kubernetes environment. So hi everyone, welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So this is the DevOps series. See, in the previous video we just completed with the Jenkins job with integrating the Docker host which we created and to run it. So in this video, what we're going to do is that we shall copy the image which is been created in the Docker host. We shall push that into the Docker hub actually. So next in the next video we shall integrate with Ansible how to do it automatically. So this is the Docker hub where we want to create the Docker image. So in the previous video we just created the Docker image. We want to push that into the Docker hub actually. The commands which is required for to do that is I want to show that. So let us check for Docker PS. So the Docker container is running. Docker images. So the images is there. So next thing is that next thing which you want to do is that, so this is the Docker hub. First thing which you want to do is that you should be having a Docker hub account. If you don't have, you should create one Docker hub account. So go for hub.docker.com. So you can able to create one Docker hub account. Once after you create a Docker hub account, you can create one repository. So this is the you can able to click on create repository, and I have created a public repository. This is my public repository which I have created. So in that I have already have some images, app-v1 and app. So these are the images which is there, which is created and published 10 days ago. So this is a command which you can use for to push actually. So what we can do is that first thing, when we are pushing to the Docker Hub, is we have to tag that image. So presently we will be having some image, right, which we created. So let me show you that image. So this is an image, right? So first we have to tag that image. So only after tagging it, so we can able to push that image into the Docker Hub. So the command for to tagging it is docker tag. So next the image name app colon. So next the tag which we want to give v1. So means this is the tag, right? The tag which we want to give. Next the username of the Docker Hub account. I'm talking about Docker Hub. So after that, so you want, if you have created your own Docker Hub repository. So this is my Docker Hub repository DevOps. This is the Docker Hub repository. Since I'm tagging it like that, so colon. So next the image name v1. So I'm giving v1 itself. So and you click on that, so go for again check the image. So you should be able to see the new image. So it doesn't going to affect the previous image, but it's going to create a new image with the new image name and the tag. So the next command is that we have to push this, right? Docker push uh, and the username. This is the username. Some spelling is incorrect. So this is the username, and this is the repository. Next is, this is the image name, right? This is the tagged image name. You can directly copy this and you can able to give this name, and you should be like this. Prithvi DevOps and colon app hyphen v1. So when you enter this command, it's going to start preparing. So what it is telling is that it is being denied. So because you should log in first actually. So to the Docker Hub account, Docker login. So when you click on Docker login, so it will ask for the username. Provide your username. So this is my username. So and provide the password. So now the Docker login is succeeded. So now we can able to push the Docker image. Click on push. Uh, Click on the previous command. So now it started pushing. So it's working. It's working. It's working. So now it is been pushed to the Docker Hub. So we have got a image name, and this is the layer which is created. So now let us go to the Docker Hub. So this is been pushed 10 days before. When you refresh it, you should be able to see it should be pushed now, actually maybe around few seconds ago or something. So I just refreshed the page. So now it is being pushed 3 minutes ago. So this is a good thing. So we could able to do that manually. So the next thing is that how you could able to automate. So to automate that process, so in the next video we shall set up the Ansible actually. So the Ansible is one of the configuration management tools where you can use for the configuring the thing, and next thing which we shall discuss in the next video. Thank you all. This is all about this video. So this is the video where we're gonna set up the Ansible actually. So this is the video which I'm going to set up the Ansible host, where I'm using in this video to set up the Ansible host is the same Ubuntu machine which we use it for the Docker host. Uh, so so this is the machine which we use it for the Docker host. I'm using the same machine actually for to do the Ansible setup also. I have created one bash script so that it should be very much important when you are setting up any kind of an Ansible host. I also have a terraform script where you can use in GCP for creating the compute instance. So you're going to get the Ansible host over there. So where you can use that. So it is also included with the startup script. So the startup script is going to take care about all the things which is required actually. So this is the script which I'm using for to create a Ansible setup. So we are renaming it to Ansible server actually. The first thing, next we are going to create an Ansible user. Next we are going to add that user to the sudo group. Next we will change the bin bash and we shall make the directory, and we uh, go into that home directory, and we're going to change some command. This is an automatic process. This is the shell script. You do not to do anything. Actually, in front of this you should add a sudo if you are running, this script in your own environment. If you are running this script in Google Cloud, you don't require sudo actually. um, the next thing is that this is the configuration file. So you have to run this file in the sudo privileges, otherwise it will not work actually. So this is all about the Python installation and the Ansible installation. So once after that, it is again taking about talking about installing the Docker host and adding the Ansible admin to the Docker user. Now we shall not concentrate about this one. So we shall take all this, uh, copy all this. Anyway, I'll just publish that with publish it in the GitHub repository. No need to worry about that. ls control L. So create a directory, uh, Ansible setup. So here you create your file actually, um, setup setup.sh. So shift insert, so control X, Y, give the execution permission. So now you can run the script actually. So now it is started with the updating. So it's going to take around a few minutes. Let's wait. Once after it is downloaded, once after the shell script is executed, I will resume the video. So now the shell script is executed and it is finished. Now we shall check some commands like whether we have installed Ansible or not. So there is some problem which is detected. So the problem is with we have to change some configuration in some file, because it required UTF-8, so that it is going to be having some problem with that. So to do how we can able to troubleshoot is, uh, we have to change some values of UTF-8. This is the local encoding value which is required when Ansible to use. This is the path. So where you can able to see there is no there is no UTF-8 encoding is there. You can able to delete this actually whatever the thing is there here, and just copy this, shift insert. So this is going to work perfectly fine. Control X. So this is completed now. So the third step is we are updating locally actually. So it requires a restart. So without restart, let me check the Ansible version. So still it is there. So let me go back. It requires a restart actually. Otherwise it will not be taken in effect. Just for my curiosity, I'll check it. So it requires a restart. I will resume the video after rebooting. So now the system is restarted. So now let us check uh, the Ansible version here. So the Ansible version is installed. Let's check the Python 3. So now the Python 3 is also installed. So next let us do some validation. So the localhost should work. The ping for the localhost should work. So next let us check some another tree actually. So this is a etc file, etc Ansible. So Ansible config is there, and host is there, and roles is there. So these are the files which we are working for the next thing. So this is all about this video, guys. So this completes the installation of the Ansible. In the next video, I just want to talk about how you can integrate this Ansible with the Docker, and how you can able to push the Docker image to the Docker hub by building it with Ansible YAML file. In the next video, we shall create the playbooks for Ansible, and next I will go to execute and I'm going to show you. So thank you all. Bye. So hi everyone, myself Prithvi. So welcome you all for the DevOps series. So in this video, we shall write some ML script actually. So and we shall try about how it's going to work. If there is any problem while writing a YAML script for to implement and push build the Docker image and push to the Docker hub. If there is any problem, we shall fix that issue and we shall end this video. So in the last video we completed with the Ansible server installation. Now we shall do with pushing the Docker image and to the Docker hub with Ansible playbook. So let's start with that. So this is the Ubuntu server. Search for the Ansible is installed and Python is installed. Next thing which we want to do is that we want to go to the etc directory. Let's first what we can able to do is first uh, set the password for the Ansible admin actually. Ansible admin, the shell script which created the Ansible admin user, right? We have to set a password for the Ansible user. so that which we can able to use this user for the Jenkins job actually. So control L. The next thing which we want to do is that we want to create the scripts. We want to create the YAML playbook. So go for cd etc Ansible. So there are some three files are there. So Ansible config and host and roles. So in the host files, let me see what is there in the host files. So this is the default page which we want to get. So actually we want to get rid of this. So what we can able to do is that I'm going to install some IP actually, echo hyphen e. So I'm going to write some group name localhost to that file. So now let us see the host file. So the localhost is there. So in the localhost group, what I am going to do is that I will just add the local host, the loopback address 127.0.0.1. So this is the loopback address. Control X. So now the host file setup is being done. The next thing which we want to do is that uh, we want to build a YAML file for the Docker actually. So what we can able to do is that we shall write some playbook here itself. Uh, Before that, let's verify something like whether the ping command is working properly for the Ansible host or not. So this is the add of commands. The first time it is going to ask. So this is an issue. Whenever you are trying to SSH, right? It is giving that permission denied. So we shall address this problem actually. Uh, Whenever we SSH, it's not going to work. It's not working for the local host. So in the Ansible.host file, Ansible dot in the Ansible config, here we have to do some changes like defaults. So we have to write host key checking host key checking is false. So what it is going to do is that whenever any kind of a uh, problem occurs, right? What we can able to do is that whenever first time when the SSH into the any kind of a new host, it's going to ask this fingerprint. So whether you want to execute or whether you want to SSH into that. So that's the reason for to avoid that. So we are giving host key checking false in ansible.config. Now let's again check that. So now we get rid out of this issue. So next issue which it is unreachable, it is throwing an error like permission denied. So for this what we can able to do is that so vi sudo. So we have to edit this file. We don't want it to ask password actually for to log in, for as we did for the Docker admin, right? Similarly, we have to do it for the Ansible admin. Copy this, shift insert, and replace it with Docker admin with Ansible admin. Ansible admin control X Y. So ls. So now let's again try with pinging. So still it has not taken into an effect. We shall log in as an Ansible admin. So now we have logged in as an Ansible admin. So now let us try this command. So still permission denied, public key and password, it is unreachable. So what might be the problem? So the Ansible admin at, let us try SSHing it so that it will be easy for us to debug the issue and the manual way. Dot one. So it is asking for the password actually. Yes, it is asking for the password. So what we can able to do is that we have to do some changes like the username and password which should be written into that file actually. Let me check the ID, the permissions, which are all the group it is present. So it is present in Ansible admin and sudo group. So the one thing which we want to do is that we want this Ansible admin user should be added to the Docker group also. Docker Ansible admin. So it's worked. Next, the thing which we want to do is that, let me clear the screen. Nano. So etc Ansible. So next host. So let me edit this file. So we have to log in as a sudo. So here we have to provide the username and password actually. So because we want to execute the commands, if you want to execute the commands, we required to provide the username and password here. So the username is Ansible underscore user is equal to Ansible admin. Next is Ansible SSH pass. So we have to provide the password here. So I'm not disclosing the password, control X. So I will enter the password there itself. Ansible all minus m ping, it should work. So see, now we could able to ping actually. So now it is working. So what does it tells is that, so the Ansible host we have done a setup, the Ansible admin, and we could able to execute and it's working fine. So next thing is that we have to write an YAML file, right? So just uh, go for the Ansible file ls. You can create one file here like docker dot yaml. So this is the playbook which we are so we required a sudo privileges actually. So this is the playbook which we are writing. First is 3 dash. It's going to reference, what it's going to do is that it's going to reference. So this is the new configuration where it is starting. So next hyphen, the indentation is very much important when you are executing, when you are writing the YAML file. So the host is the group local host. So this is the group actually. Next become, we want to run this script as a root. Become true means we are running this script with the root privileges. It want we want it to become a root actually. So the task is, the name of the task is, we want to log in actually uh, into the Docker Hub account. Login into, so login into the Docker Hub account. So this is the Ansible modules which I'm using. Community Docker hyphen Docker underscore login. So this is the uh, module which I am using in the Docker. So community dot docker underscore login. So in this module, uh, so this indentation is very much important. Username. So you provide your username. So presently I'm leaving it as default because I will provide the username once after I log in. So next is the password. So if you want to play around with this YAML file, what you can able to do is that you search for uh, you search for uh, modules for Docker in Ansible. So this going to take you to this directory. So the community.docker.docker container. So you're going to have a lot of pre-written modules so that you can able to use those modules for your use cases actually. Now we are let me, it is loading, still the loading has been happening. uh, so this is an official website of Ansible. So here where it is shown is that you can able to list the Ansible Galaxy collection list. In that where you can able to install the community Docker. If you don't have a community.docker installed, so it's going to throw an error. So you, let's check once after we run the script. If we try, if you getting any kind of a problem, we shall run this command to install the docker dot community dot docker module to install. So you can use this actually this is the model name community.docker underscore container. So we are using a login actually, login module. So the sample files, if you come down, so this is the sample file actually. So here create a container actually, name of the container, the image which is using, and if you want to load a volume, you can load the volumes. This is mostly used in this Kubernetes kind of an environment. If you want to run a Redis container, so this is the actual Ansible modules, Ansible playbook thing which you can able to execute. So this is the restarting a container. So all these modules are pre-written where you can able to use this for to stopping of the container or removing the container, and this is for the removing the container. So this is for the restarting the container. This is for to check the container is present or not. So all these things is present here. So we are writing the script actually. Let me go to the Ubuntu actually. Uh, Once after this, so the next thing which we want to do is that hyphen. So the next task which we are assigning is stop if we have any old Docker container. If we have any old Docker container is running, so we want to delete those actually. So because whenever we want to create the similar kind of a container, it's going to throw an error, means Ansible playbook. Uh, so in this we are running the command module. So command module Docker stop. So next the container name. So this is the container name which we are using actually. If you are using your custom name, you can able to replace this my first app with your own container name. And the important thing, ignore errors. This is one of the important things when you are writing your script. Means so what does this ignore errors is going to do is that. Uh, So whenever if it is going to execute this command docker stop my first app, this is the container name. If it is going to if it want to stop this container, there should be a container should be present. If the container is not present, it's going to throw an error. If the error is occurred, so it's not going to execute all the things which is there in the Ansible file. So to do that, we are ignoring the errors. If we ignore the errors, so this is going to ignore the errors. What is going to happen in this step? So the next task which we're gonna give is that we want to remove it. So once after we stop the container, remove the stopped container. So the command to remove it is docker rm. So this is the command for removing it. Next, ignore errors is equal to yes. So the next task which we are giving is name, building the Docker image. So either you can use the Docker modules or you can use uh, the command module. So the preferable method is using the Docker modules, the Ansible modules actually. The commands, the command to build is Docker build. So the tag which we are giving app -v1 colon v1. So in the current directory, so this one of the very important thing, where you want to execute the command. So it is going to take the same path to take the Docker file. So next is So where we want to use the file change directory home.ansible admin. So this is one of the very important thing. So when you are building it, to pointing out where the Docker file is located. Uh, the next thing is, so the Docker file will be located at home underscore Ansible admin. When we execute a Jenkins job, so it is going to deploy a Docker file and a war file uh, in this path itself. So the next task is, once after the build is completed, uh, we want to run the container. So for the initial purpose, we want to run the container actually to check whether everything is working or not. Next part is that we want to push it to the Docker hub. After that, we shall push it to the Kubernetes. Kubernetes is the next is a lengthy video creating the Docker container. So the command which is being given for is Docker run in the daemon mode. So name first app and the port number 80 80 colon 8080. So next, the image which we are specifying, so the image name this and this should match, otherwise it will not going to work actually. The next task is, once after the Docker container is created and up and running, so we want to push it to the Docker hub, right? So first, before pushing it, we want to tag the image, tag the created Docker image actually. uh, so the command is docker tag app colon v1. Next, your username, so repeat DevOps, so the and the repository name colon app v1. So this is the image which we are giving, image name. Once after this, so the next task which we are assigning is pushing that image, push the tagged image. So to push that, docker push so spelling mistake. So the image which you created, right, this is the same, it should be the same actually. What we can able to do is that we can shall copy it, so to avoid the syntax error, so we shall paste that actually. So we are using the same image. uh, so this is all about this playbook. So control X, yes. So don't worry guys, I will publish this docker.aml in the readme file so that it will be useful. So next, the command which you want to perform is that Ansible playbook etc Ansible and the playbook name. So to check without any error, so let's do it syntax check. so it should work fine. So if this is working fine, so next we can go for, so this is working fine. The important thing which we want to do is that we want to add the username and password. So once after we do the username and password, I shall resume the video. So I just added the username and password actually. So to work it smooth, to make the work smoother when we are executing this playbook. So remove this check actually. Now enter. So we should be able to run the script perfectly fine without any kind of an issue. So this is fine. So since there is an a word container, it has worked. We have removed the container. So while building the container, we got into some problem actually. Uh, what is the problem? So war.lib.mount. So this is the file. Failed to read a Docker file. So failed to read a Docker file. So what has happened? We don't have a Docker file itself here. So that's the reason we why how it is going to read the Docker file. So we require a Docker file here. So then only it could able to read it, right? Uh, cd ls. So we have a Docker admin. So here where the file is there, that file is this is the Docker file where we want to copy it. So copy Docker file to the path home Ansible admin to air path. So let's go and see where is there any file is present actually over there. So see, now we have a Docker file. The important thing is that we require a war file also, uh, because since we don't have a war file in this repository, we couldn't able to use it. So again go for copy home Docker and web app. So copy this to Ansible admin. Uh, now let's again check. We have a Docker file, we have a web app file. So this is the time where we want to execute our playbook now. So this solves the most of the problem. Now execute this playbook. It should work perfectly fine without any kind of an issue. So it is checking for any kind of a old container. So since we don't have a container, it is failed. So it is an expected issue. So removing the stopped container means we don't have a stopped container. It is this is expected. It's going to fail. So building the Docker image. So change it means the Docker image got built. So next, creating a Docker container, creating a Docker image, and push to the Docker container. So the important thing where you can able to observe is that 18 minutes ago it has got pushed. So this is the present status. Now let us refresh it. Now it should be showing the such status that it should be pushed before few seconds or few minutes. So see here, 3 minutes ago it has got pushed actually. This is the LT sign, so that it is pushed 3 minutes ago. So this is all about this video, guys. So this video has become lengthy, I think. So we have written a YAML file for the playbook for deploying, creating a container, and creating an image, running a Docker container. So we can able to Docker PS. We can able to do permission denied. Yes. See, the Docker is up and running. Container is up and running. You can able to access it with the browser with the port 8080. It will want to definitely gonna work. So next in the Docker image. So in the Docker images, so still required a sudo permission. So now it is been working. So sudo permissions has been given, and you can able to see this is the app and this is the tagged image which is been pushed to the Docker container hub. So seems like everything is fine. In the next video we shall concentrate about how to integrate the Ansible with the Jenkins, and we could able to do this task with automated fashion. So thank you all guys, thank you very much. Hi, hello everyone. What's up? Today, welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So this is the DevOps series. Almost it is 18th or 19th video. So in this video, I just want to talk about the Ansible integration with Jenkins actually. So in the previous video, as we just created the playbook actually, so we want this video we want to execute that actually. So that is one of the important point actually. We want to execute that playbook with the Jenkins without any kind of a manual intervention. So to do that, so what we have to do is that um, we have to create a new job actually. So the job is Ansible in integration to push Docker image to Docker hub actually. So this is an integration which we want to do. So here we are selecting the Maven project. So either you can select the previous project itself, like the previous job actually. You can name it and you can get it that. So I'm going with a new job actually. Uh, so description I will leave it as default. Uh, Source code management select as a Git. So and we have to provide the DevOps course repository URL here. So this is my GitHub repository URL. Credential, I am not using any credential. The ID is main. So the next thing which you want to is build triggers. We want to the poll SEM. So in the poll SEM we have to give it. It want Jenkins want me to check my GitHub desired state every minute. So that's the reason I am giving. I want this to execute every minute actually. Next thing is that build environment, leave it. So next, so it is step. So it is going to use the form.xml. Next, it's going to use the clean and install. So means clean means it will going to clean the previous thing and it's going to install the new thing. It's going to build with the Maven repository. And the next is the post build action. So in the post build action, we have to select build artifact over SSH. So here we have to select Ansible host actually. So this is my Ubuntu server. So this is my Ansible server which I have set up. Actually, in the previous video, if you're gonna see, we have set up the Ansible server. So here, go and search for the IPA. Means it's going to give the IP address actually. Uh, so the currently it is going to it is using 192.168.0.11. This is an IP. So we have to give the same IP for our Ansible server. Before doing it, we have to set the uh, uh, for that. Open a new window. Go for localhost. Go for manage Jenkins. So you have to configure the system actually. In the configure the system, we have installed the publish over SSH plugin, right? In that we want to add another SSH server. Uh, no. Go down, scroll down. So when you scroll down, so you're going to see some SSH server. This is the Docker host. Uh, so even the Docker host IP is also changed. We can give 11 actually. That's going to work. Let's see. Okay. So we are using the same server for both of the thing, right? That's the reason we are giving 11. Even my uh, Ansible admin server is also the same server which we are using. So name Ansible server. The host name is 192.168.0.11. So and the username is Ansible admin. So remote directory, I am leaving it as default. Next, in the advanced, select the password. So give the password which you set for the Ansible admin user, and after that, so click on test configuration. So it should give a success. SSH is working properly. So yes, you can apply, and you can click on save. Actually, yes, 1 minute, save, and you can go for the previous one. So here you have to select, because since it is loaded up, you can just refresh it. So now the refresh has been done. So you can click on the post build action. So select publish build, select send build artifact over SSH. So when you click on that, you should be popped up with the SSH server. So there are two are there. One is Ansible server, one is the Docker host. Since we added the needy Ansible server, select that one. And in the source, since in the source files, you can give the web app target and the war file which is going to build. So the next thing which we want to remove that prefix actually. Next, this is the commands where we want to give the commands in the exact command. So the command which we're gonna do is that we can use this command, because since we don't want to have a dependency on other things. So we are creating a Docker file. This is the new Docker file. So every time when it initiates this Docker build, whenever it initiates a trigger for this Jenkins job, it's going to do a job of creating a new Docker file. So next thing, in the last Jenkins job, we just return to manually delete the container which is previously running. Now we have playbook actually, which is been taking care all of that. So for that you can give uh, this is the command. So Ansible playbook. So our playbook is residing in docker.yaml where etc.ansible. This is the path of that ML playbook. So you can give like this. So after that, so our configuration is done inside the this job. You can click on apply and save. So once you save this, you can click on build now. When you click on build now, the build should trigger actually. Let me see what is the problem. something is wrong actually. We want to just configure some Maven is having some problem. So the problem is with the source code management since we deselected it. So that's the reason we have to give the source repository. Since we refreshed the page, the value has got removed actually. We have to reconfigure it main. So after that poll.scm. So you have to configure 5 star means it's going to run for every minute. The desired state will be checked for every minute. So clean and install. So these are the steps which is required. After that you can click on and save. So after that you can click on build now. So now the build process should trigger automatically. So select. So now the build process is taken place. Click on console output. So yes, it is working perfectly fine. So let us give some time for it to finish. So the important thing to verify this, we can go for hub, the Docker hub. So this is my Docker hub actually. This is my Docker hub account. So this is the image which we created, right? So see, it has been updated 3 minutes before. What does it mean is that the Jenkins job has triggered and yeah, the build process and everything is working perfectly. This is what is required for us to be happening. So thank you all guys. This is all about this video. In the next video, we shall concentrate on how to deploy this uh, the Docker image which we push it to the Docker hub. How we can able to deploy it to the Kubernetes. That kind of an activity we want to start. So thank you all. Bye bye. Hi everyone, welcome you all for my DevOps series. So this is a video about how you have to set up a GKE cluster. So GKE cluster where I am creating my GKE cluster in uh, Google Cloud actually. So this is the Google Cloud actually where I'm. Let me go for the GKE. Go for the hamburger menu. Click on GKE. So once you click on GKE, it should be popped up to enable an API. So this is the default Kubernetes page is going to be in Google Cloud actually. So whenever first time, this you're going to be get authorized by enable an API to enable an API Kubernetes API. So then only it is going to allow you to create an Kubernetes cluster. So this is the default page. So to work on that, so in the Ansible server we have to create the cloud shell. So in the Google Cloud we will going to use the cloud shell, right? That's what we want to download this software development kit from Google Cloud and install it on this Ansible server so that we can able to access that. So we can configure the our credentials like which account we are using like that. So we can configure that and we can able to use it from the Ansible server itself rather than going to the Google Cloud and then we have to then doing a configuration on Google Cloud activate Cloud Shell. So rather than doing it here, so we can do it in Ansible server itself. So that's kind of an automation we want to focus on. So presently, so we want to install an Google SDK. So I have a script for it in my CI/CD build Kubernetes. In this repository, you're going to find the G Cloud. So in this folder, you're going to be having two files, two Cloud Shell bash shell script actually. One is gcloud SDK. So this is what we required. So this is what we want to configure it on the Ubuntu Ansible server which we have set up. So copy it. So and go for the Ansible server. So here type ls. So here we want to create gcloud directory. So go inside the directory and nano. Uh, so you have to create a file actually. So whatever the thing which you copied, shift insert. So save and yes. So yeah, you have to provide execution permission for this file actually. So you have provided an execution permission. Next, run the script. So it's going to start installing Google SDK. So we have to wait for some time. So once the installation is completed, I will resume the video. So now the Google SDK is been installed. So now we have to configure the configure our server to communicate with our Google Cloud account. So now it is going to check for the connections and it's going to initiate uh, a logging. It is going to require some project ID and the email ID which you're going to use for creating an account. So this is the link which has given. So when you going to click on that, so it's going to open an browser where we need to authorize actually. So you have to log in with your email ID and then you have to authorize. So I will authorize in the different window so that for the security purpose. So if you should be having a Google Cloud account, so then you have to authorize by giving there. I'm just authorizing with this link which I am getting. Uh, so now the authorization is completed. So once the authorization is completed, you will be popped up with this many projects. These are the projects which is there in my account. There are three projects. Yeah, or it's going to pop up with entering your own project ID or create a new project like that. So the project which I'm using here is number three, new Ansible actually. So that is the project. Uh, I'm selecting this project. So I'm leaving it as default region. So that's why I don't want to configure the default region. That's why I'm giving a no. So now the configuration is done. We have set up the configuration for our server. Now let us check kubectl. Uh, So now the kubectl is not installed. So the error message you are getting kubectl kubectl not found. To install that, so I have some commands. So in the previous repository which you went was having some gcloud install, right? So in that itself you will find that kubectl install. Uh, First command is gcloud components install kubectl. You have to install this kubectl component from the Google SDK manager. Now it's throwing some error. It is asking for us to install like this. Copy this, put classic in front of that. So it is not working. Go with this. So now it is started downloading. we have to wait for some time to get it finished installing kubectl for us. So after that we want to install kubectl component for gcloud auth plugin. So in the google cloud sdk it is already installed, so to verify that we will check once again. So now it is installed. This command is going to install the gcloud auth plugin. So this is already installed actually. uh, so it is throwing an error. Let us install with this command, the below command which they give. So the gcloud gke auth plugin is already installed, so now it is fully set up. Now let us try kubectl get pods. So now the kubectl command is working. So since we don't have any kind of a cluster is up and running, we are getting this error. In the next video, we shall create one GKE cluster. Then we shall progress with our DevOps course. Thank you all. Bye bye. Hi everyone, myself Pratik. Today welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So today in this video, I would like to start with Kubernetes creation with terraform. Actually we are creating a kubernetes cluster in google cloud actually. So in the previous video we just completed with the installation of google cloud sdk in our ansible and ubuntu server. Here we have installed our config installed our google sdk actually. So I'm using this ubuntu server as the configuration to communicate with the google cloud actually. So in the last video, as we installed a google sdk, and also we have installed a command line utility called kubectl for to communicate with the Kubernetes cluster. So next we have to create a GKE cluster in Google Cloud. So there are two ways you can able to create actually. So this is the way, this is the first way where you can able to create with the Terraform actually. So I have a Git repository. So this is my Git repository. In the Git repository, I have mentioned all the required files to create one of the very good Kubernetes cluster actually, and I have mentioned the steps to follow it also. Next thing, next second method you can able to do is that this is a simple method. So where you can take this command, so where you have to replace only with this project ID, you can go to your console. You can directly execute that command. In this console, you can directly execute that command. So by this you can able to create a container actually. Since we have created a established a google sdk here, so that it will be direct communication with the google cloud and our ubuntu ansible server actually. So next thing is that first thing, let's go with the terraform installation actually. So we are starting with the this method of installation of terraform. So terraform we have to install it. That is the second step which we are going to do. So in the first step we have to clone this repository. So use this command. So to clone this repository, you can directly go to your ubuntu server, the ansible server which you set up. You can directly paste the command. So since I already has the repository, we don't require it. So that's the reason I'm canceling. So and once after you create clone that repository, you will going to get this directory. You can go inside that directory and terraform. So you can type ls. So these are the files which is present, so that you can use for your terraform actually. So you have to go to this directory. So after that you can able to see those directory over there. These are the files which is there actually. Next thing which you want to do is that you can you need a service account. So why we need a service account is that, so if you want to create any resources, if you want to do any kind of an resource configuration, whatever you want to do with the terraform, right? When you are doing it outside of the Google Cloud environment other than Cloud Shell, you need a service account to communicate with that. So for that service account you need these three privileges: Kubernetes admin role, compute admin role, and service account privilege role actually. So these are the three roles which is required for that service account to perform this Terraform script action. So now let us go for creating a service account. So this is the Google Cloud environment. So in the Google Cloud environment, you can, in the hamburger menu, you click on IAM and admin. So you're going to be popped up with this default uh, admin page. So after that, you go for service account. So once after you go for service account, you click on create service account and service account name. So just name it as GKE. So GKE Terraform. So next, click create and continue. So in the role, the first role which you want to give is that Kubernetes engine admin role. This is going to give a full management of Kubernetes cluster and their Kubernetes API object. So the next role which you want to give is that compute admin role. So this role is required for to create a node actually, node inside the Kubernetes cluster. So this is the compute admin role. The next role which you want to give is that service account user role. That is the role which is required for to use the service account. Scroll down, you will going to get service account user. This is the service account user which you want to use. So once after that, you click on continue. So, and there is also an optional feature to give for the particular users actually. If anybody is using in your organization who is having admin privileges which they want to use the Kubernetes environment, you can specify their email IDs and they can able to use this. Once after that, you can able to click on done. Uh, so after that, when you scroll down, you're going to get this is the service account which we created, GKE Terraform at new Ansible. So this is the service account. Once you go inside that, you can verify the permissions which you given actually. The interested point is that the keys. So we have to generate a key actually. So click on add key, create a new key. So in that, select JSON and create. So once you click on create, there is a file downloaded, the JSON file. So this file you have to use it for to get authorization with Google Cloud. With this service account, you will want to create the Kubernetes environment resources actually. So click on cancel. I have already downloaded actually. Uh, once after you download that JSON key actually, let's go to the next step. So the next step is installing Terraform. So we have downloaded that JSON file. So next you have to take that JSON file into this Ubuntu server. So here there is a service account.json. You rename that file with this name, service account.json. So this is the JSON file of service account which we can able to use it for our Terraform script to get authenticate with the Google Cloud environment. Once after this, the next step is to install Terraform. So I've already installed Terraform. So what you can able to do is that you can install Terraform with the uh, command. So you can take this command if you are using Ubuntu. You can take this command. So and paste that command inside here. Since I've already installed Terraform, so it's telling that Terraform is already installed. So the next step which you want to go is that, so you have to go for the Terraform script execution. So Terraform init. So we're going to initialize it. So next Terraform plan, we're going to check the plan actually means the configuration which we done, right, whether it's working properly or not. So you can use this actually to check actually. Next we will going to create that create that GKE cluster with the Terraform script with this command actually. So here you have to specify your project ID actually. So instead of your project ID, you have to specify your Google Cloud project ID to create the GKE cluster in your environment. So let me go to the Ubuntu server. So now it's the practical time. Uh, I'll clear the screen. Terraform init. So you have to perform this action inside the directory only. So this is the, once you cloned this repository, so go to this exact directory terraform-gke. So you're going to see the all the Terraform files actually. Inside the perform this, you have to perform this Terraform commands actually. Terraform init. Once after that, Terraform plan. Next you want to specify the variable. The variable is project ID. Project project ID is equal to, so this is my project ID. Let me grab my project ID actually. So this is my project ID. Once you executed this command, so you're going to see the Terraform script started executing. So see here. So in this there is a plan to add 4 resources into this GKE cluster. So what are all the things which will be added is that, so let me go one by one. So the first thing is that you're going to create, it is going to create an VPC actually to deploy your GKE cluster. So once after that, it's going to create a sub network. So inside the VPC, it is going to create a sub network with the CIDR range of 10.0.10.0.0. So in this space, it's going to create uh, the sub network actually. In this subnetwork, you're going to be having a GKE cluster. Whenever you executed this script, the GKE cluster will use this CIDR range to get an IP address for that cluster actually. So I'm going to show you once after it is been created. So many of the things which will be known after applied means the default values which is required for to create the GKE cluster, right? That is going to be taken. Otherwise, it will be known after apply only. So this is going to create a GKE cluster. This third resource. So this is the primary node. Means after creating a GKE cluster, the nodes has to be created. That is the fourth resource actually. So these are the 4 resources which will be get created. So to apply this command, let me clear the screen. So here instead of plan, you can replace with plan with apply. after in the end give auto approve means you are it's going to notify you to again specify whether you want to create or not. So to avoid that means you have to provide yes or no. To avoid that I'm giving auto approve. Once after you enter this command, it's going to start creating VPC first, next subnetwork, next GKE cluster and the nodes. So now it is started with creating VPC actually. So this is going to take almost 5 to 10 minutes. Once after this created, I'm going to resume the video and show you what are all the resources which is created and where my GKE cluster is created. GKE cluster will be created in US Central 1 and almost 6 nodes will be created actually. So we don't require 6 nodes to demonstrate guys, but so I'm creating that much of resource since I already have the Terraform script. So I'm executing this script itself. See now the GKE Terraform script is executed and it is created 4 resources and 0 as changed and 0 as destroyed. So now we have to check and validate our GKE cluster is created or not. So this is about service account. So this is the GKE cluster. So we have to refresh it. So last refresh was done 28 minutes ago. So now I am again refreshing. So you should be able to see. So your project ID hyphen GKE. This is the cluster actually which is created in this name actually. So after that you can go inside and you can able to check the nodes actually. So there are no VMs which is available actually. So we can refresh this and we could able to see there are many nodes which will be created. Almost 6 nodes will be there. So it is belonging to this GKE cluster actually. So this is GKE cluster. All of the nodes which is belonging to this GKE cluster actually. So now the GKE cluster is created. So now we have to connect to this GKE cluster. How to connect to this GKE cluster? So click on this three dots and click on connect. So copy this. So once you copy this, click on OK. So go to your Ansible server. So this is your Ansible server, right? So this is the public IP of that cluster actually. So where you can access the website actually. So when you enter that command, so let me clear the screen. So this is the command, so which you copied from the GKE cluster to connect. Once you enter this, this is going to create a kubeconfig entry file. In the kubeconfig file, it's going to be created one kubeconfig entry to communicate with this cluster actually. So now you can execute kubectl command, kubectl get pods. So let's check how many pods are there. There will be no pods actually since we have not deployed any kind of an application actually. So in the default namespaces there is no pod which is running currently. So now let us check and kubectl get nodes. So there will be 6 nodes which will be listed. So these are the 6 nodes. So we can try and compare this name with the actual compute VM which is created in the GCP. These are the GCP VMs which is created, right? You can directly compare this VM nodes with that the resource which you get in the Ubuntu Ansible server. So that is the same name actually. So the current version which is used is 1.257. So now we have created a Kubernetes GKE cluster in Google Cloud. So this is the end of this video. In the next video, I shall start with an installation of the pods actually. I will create some pods with some deployment. I will expose with some service and we shall verify that. So once after we verify that, so the next thing which you want to do is that you can go and execute a Terraform script with Ansible so that it will be Terraform script in the Ansible server. So this is the Ansible server where we have installed Google SDK. We established communication between the Google Cloud and the Google SDK which we created. So now we are communicating with the Google cloud. So what are the resources which is available? Every resource which you can handle from the Google SDK itself. In the next video, so I'm going to show you how to deploy our application in GK. Thank you all. Bye. So hello everyone. So welcome you all for my YouTube channel. So this is the DevOps course. So this is almost we are coming into an end of this course. In the last video, I just created a GK cluster with a terraform actually. So next, what we are going to do is that we want to deploy an application, right? The application which we gonna deploy, which we have deployed into the Tomcat server, and we have created a container when we have run with the Ansible integration, which we done with the Docker host, and we have pushed that Docker image which we built to the Docker hub actually. So now it is a time for us to create a real production kind of an environment. So this is not a real production kind of an environment which fully I am telling about. Just this is about automation, how you can do with the implementation of Jenkins with the collaborating with the GK cluster. So first you have to create a deployment.ml file. So I'll just quickly explain you. So what is this deployment.ml file actually? In the deployment.ml file, so this is the kind we are going to specify. So name of this deployment is CI/CD. So the app we are labeling it as my first app actually. The spec. So how many pods you want to run? Two replicas. Selector. So match labels. My first app means we are matching with the labels of whichever the pod which contains the my first app. So we're going to map. We're going to redirect the traffic to this pod which is coming from the outside external network. So the template metadata. So this is the label which we are giving. So in the specification here where you will want to specify the container image and how you want to expose that. So this is the container image, so which we pushed right into the Docker container. So this is the user name of the Docker hub. So this is the registry. So this is the name actually, name of that particular image which you push to the Docker hub. So I'm making a policy to pull this Docker image always whenever any kind of a restart happens, whenever any changes is required. So I am specifying the policy as always. So and the container port which I am exposing it with the 8080. Even the Tomcat server is also running it 8080. We are exposing the same port outside also. So the strategy is rolling update. So the max surge is 1 and max available is 1. So whenever any kind of a rolling update means you are going to do a release cycle whenever any pod whenever you want to update a current version of Kubernetes from 1.25 to 1.26 like that. So you going to in that period of time while the transition is getting happening. So you can specify. So what is the maximum pods which can undergo this update changes is 1. So maximum available is 1 means only one pod can be we are giving a disruption means we are giving one pod at a time. So we can allow only one pod for the disruption. So one pod for update. So like that it is the configuration which is telling. So you can copy this YAML file. Go to your Ansible server. So you are currently in home Ansible admin CI/CD. This is the git clone which we have done. So what we can able to do is that we can do a cd command. So now check the path. So this is the path where you should go home/Ansible admin. Type ls. So these are the files which is currently there. Control L. So see now we have Docker file and we also have webapp.war file. So the next thing which is required is deployment.aml nano. So deployment.aml. So we're going to paste the AML thing which we configured, right? So that thing which we copied from the GitHub. Let me copy it again. So paste here. So Control X, save. So now it's a time for us to deploy this deployment.yaml. The command is kubectl apply -f, and you specify the deployment.yaml file. Click on enter. So now we got message that deployment is created. So the next thing which we want to verify is that kubectl get pods. So this is going to show us the pod. So the configuration which I have showed you, the YAML file which is specified at 2 pods. So the 2 pods which is specified under this deployment.yaml file, which is up and running. So if you want to get the detailed output, so you can go for wow white. So here you are going to see this is the 2 pods. So this is the node where the pod is up and running actually. So that's what the thing which you can able to get from this information actually. The next thing, once after you do that, so it will be up and running. So the pods are up and running, but if you want to expose it to the outside environment, to the external environment, with you can accessible with the public IP, right? The public IP which this cluster got. So when you want to access with that public IP of that GKE cluster, you need to have an service.yaml file. So we have created a deployment.yaml file. Next is service expose.yaml file. Copy it. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to quickly explain you what is the YAML file. So API version, service is kind is a service, the metadata, the name, label, selector. This is what is very important. So the label which we specified, right, inside the deployment.yaml file. So the label should match. So this whenever the traffic comes to this load balancer, so we are defining it as a load balancer. We are exposing this service as a load balancer. Whenever the traffic comes and it to the external traffic comes and it to the load balancer, it should be knowing where this traffic I should redirect to. It will be redirect to this service actually. So when the service got that traffic, the service is going to redirect to this specific labeled pods. So with port 8080, so I'm exposing the port 8080 outside and the target is port 8080. So it's going to redirect the traffic. So now let us copy this and go for the Ansible server. Click in insert. So next you want to copy this YAML file. Next thing which go for insert. So next Control X, save this file. So next thing which you want to do is that kubectl apply. So next service dot expose dot yaml file. So this is going to create service. Give me a couple of seconds. It's going to creating. It started creating a service actually. So now the service is created. So now let us see the IP actually. So this is the name of the service. So the type is load balancer. So the external IP which it is getting is 3467.161.85. So this is the port number where it is being exposed. So you can copy this public IP colon 8080. So see our Tomcat server is been deployed. So the next thing is that web app. So this is going to take to our actual application which we registered. So now we have everything we have done in manual fashion. So the next thing which we're gonna integrate with Jenkins. So we're going to integrate the Kubernetes with the Jenkins, and how we're going to deploy automatic fashion. So automatically how we're going to automate so this deployment to the Kubernetes in the when you want to release the next cycle, how you're going to automate that future. So in the next video I'm going to demonstrate. That is the last video which is there in the DevOps course. So thank you all. Bye bye. So hello everyone. So welcome you all for my DevOps course. So this is the last video about the DevOps course actually. So in this video, so we will going to create a Jenkins job to deploy our source code which is there in GitHub. So we're going to build, then we're going to test, unit test will be done. So after that unit test, we're going to push that into the Docker container. After into the Docker container, we're going to use the configuration management tool to configure some certain things, and we're going to pull the Docker image which is pushed to the Docker hub. Then we're going to deploy to the Kubernetes environment. So how to do that? So let's start with the video. So in the new item, in the new jobs which are going to create, so I will use the previous job which is been created to push to the Docker hub, right? So I'm going to use the same uh, job. I'm going to copy the same job. So click on new item. So go for specify the name. So the name which I will specifying is de- deploy to Kubernetes. GKE. So in that, the name of that is so Ansible integration to push Docker image to Docker up. So this I'm copying the same thing which is there inside this job for this new job where we're going to configure how to deploy it to the Kubernetes. The URL is the same, the GitHub URL, the main branch. So next the build trigger. So after the build triggers, we are specifying the build with a Maven with a form.xml. So the goal which we're going to specify, which is specified in the Maven lifecycle. So in the SSH, we send the build artifact to our SSH. We are using an Ansible server. So this is the source file where the war file is created in the Jenkins server, and we are copying that source file, and we are transferring that file to the Ansible server. We are removing this prefix to avoid to not to overwrite actually. So next thing guys is we will going to create a Docker file. So with this command we could able to create a Docker file in the Ansible server. So next thing is that after that which we have specified. So we're going to execute this playbook. So the next additional commands which you want to do is that it is very simple. It is not too complicated. So so these are the three commands. Not many commands actually is there. Uh, so copy that and paste the three commands. So so one one is kubectl delete the previous deployment. So and so the service is exposed is the same because if you're going to change the public IP of your cluster every time, so you cannot map that public IP to any kind of a domain name, so that it will be very hard actually. So whenever any kind of a changes is required in the service dot expose, where if you want to change any kind of a port, you can change the port and you can reapply it. That's the reason I'm again executing the same command. So the first thing before executing this actually, so this is the configuration which we have to do additionally other than the when you compare to the previous Jenkins job. Apply and save. So don't click on build now. So we have to delete the deployment, right? So let us delete it uh, so that it will be easy for us to track. So there is one deployment that named is CACD. So we have to delete the deployment, right? Uh, kubectl instead of get delete, instead of deployment CI CD. So this is going to delete the deployment. When you again search for deployments, so there will not be any deployments actually. So when you can also verify this with a pod also, there will not be any pod actually. kubectl pods. So no pods are there currently. So you can also verify with the GUI. So you're not going to get any kind of an in the GUI. If you want to refresh, so nothing will be there. So let us not refresh it. So now the Jenkins job is created. Now click on build now. Either you can click on build now or you can do a changes. So it has taken automatically. Why it has triggered? Because we saved, right? So it has triggered the first build job. So now it is building. So now we can verify it. So we can able to do it, verify it as, so go for this Ansible server ls, so ls minus lrt. So now the time is 3:05. So we can able to see the 3:05 uh, 3 o'clock 4 minutes. Since 1 minute ago the web app.war is created. So next the docker file is also created. So let me verify the Jenkins job. There is some, so see the build is successful. So we can go to this and click on refresh. The same thing should appear because we have created a new deployment, nothing else. So to verify that you can go here. So execute the previous command kubectl get pods. Now there should be a two pods up and running. Next is kubectl get deployment. There should be a CI/CD deployment. There should be there. So this completes the process so of deploying it to the Kubernetes environment. So if you want to validate this again, you can go for the directory where you be used the source code, right? So you can clone this repository actually. You can able to clone this, fork this repository to your own GitHub repository. This is the DevOps course. In the DevOps course, so this is what which we are using till throughout the course, right? So in this you can able to go for the web app. So here where the index.jxt file is located, right? We shall do some changes over there so that the new version of Docker is being created. Let us uh, edit this file, copy this, and this application running on Kubernetes. This application is running on Kubernetes. So, so when you do a commit changes, let us go here. Let us go back. There should not be any build triggers, right? There is no build trigger is been triggered. So when you do a commit changes, so click on commit. So when you're done with the commit, there should be a build trigger is triggered automatically. So every 1 minute it's going to verify the desired state. So now you could able to see the automatic in the automated fashion it has verified there is a commit which is there in the web app in the DevOps course directory. So it has been looked over there. So now it's the build trigger has been triggered. Now the job has triggered. So here, so in the below this push for second deployment, below this line you should be able to see this application is running on Kubernetes. So that is what we have edited in DevOps course directly, right? This word, right? So this line which should be able to be there visible in this web application. So let us wait for some time so to see that changes. Wait for sometimes to complete this task. It's almost the previous job has took 1 minute 24 seconds. So it's this job is also going to take around 1 minute 24 seconds, I think. You can also view the console output. So what is the stage which currently it is going on. So now it has connected to Ansible server. It's doing some configuration changes with whatever the commands which is specified, right? So now the success message which we got. The one thing which you want to do is that you just refresh this page. You should be able to see the new line which is being added, which you could able to see. So thank you guys. This is the last video which we have done. So this is the DevOps course which has given you a hell lot of information about from the starting from the application, the code, how you can take the application code, how you can able to uh, build that with the Maven repository if you are using the Java actually, and after that how you can able to containerize with the Tomcat, and after that you can able to use the Tomcat Tomcat deployment. After the Tomcat deployment, you have integrated with the Tomcat. Then we have taken that application in the containerized, and then the containerized application which we moved to container app. Then from the container app we have taken that image and we have deployed to the Kubernetes. This is the whole process. There is a lot of steps which is being undergone throughout the course, which as we have done many of the troubleshooting. We are stuck with some jobs where we have to finish it. So this is one of the very good things. If you're gonna create this full automate deployment with the Jenkins, so you are good to go. If you are a DevOps engineer, you can able to do many kind of a complex Jenkins jobs deployment. So which is more than this. Thank you all. Bye bye.